Sound check, sound check, sound check.
I
Yeah,
have my
I'm
biker
multitasking out here.
too.
Okay. Good morning. I'd like to call the meeting to order. Members of the public are advised that the meetings are webcast live by the City Hamilton, archived by the city's website, and that the presentations and reports considered at this meeting are available on the city's website, and that members of the public can contact the clerk's office to acquire documents in an alternative format. A reminder that all electronic devices are to be switched to a non-audible function during committee meetings. Members of the public are reminded of the 5-minute time limit, which will be adhered to during the meeting. Members can submit another request to speak if they require more time to ask questions or make comments. Members of the public have 5 minutes to address the committee. Today, the Planning Committee is being run as a hybrid meeting in anticipation of the time when we will have the option of attending committee meetings in person or virtually. Councillors won't see any changes to the process for now, and you still need to sign into eScribe for access to the agenda, for votes, and to get the speakers list. For today, I ask that your patience during the voting process, as there is a slight change in the way the results are displayed, which will take a little extra time for the system to complete. I'm pleased to say that quorum is present today, and we have myself, Councillor Farr, Councillor Pearson, Councillor Danko, Councillor Wilson, and Councillor Partridge. Madam Clerk, are there any changes to the agenda?
Yes, Chair Ferguson, there are changes under delegation requests 6.2, Bob Mayton from the Ancaster Village Heritage Community respecting revisions to the demolition bylaw, which is item 10.2 on today's agenda. Under consent items 7.2, the appointment bylaw under the Building Code Act has been withdrawn. We have added 7.5, Hamilton Municipal Heritage Committee Report 22-003. Added 7.6, non-decision appeals to the Ontario Land Tribunal 2018 to 2022, report LS 22021. And under public hearings for 9.4, with zoning bylaw draft plan of subdivision for 525 Rymel Road West, we have added written submissions from John Housing. And for 9.5, application for zoning bylaw amendment for 866 West 5th Street, added written submissions from Josephine Poon and added registered delegations, Bruce Black, Kimberly McLean, and Randy Chappell. And also 14.1 has been added, update on recent Ontario Land Tribunal decisions. That's everything.
Thank you. Also changes. Can I have a mover and a seconder to approve the agenda as amended? Moved by Councillor Farr, seconded by, was Councillor Partridge, but she's gone. Councillor Danko. Is there any discussion on the agenda? Seeing none, all in favor? That carries. Okay, members of the committee, are there any declarations of interest? I have one, Madam Chair. It's item 10.3, which is the taxi meter rate increase, as I'm an investor in the taxi industry. Okay, let's move on then. Approval of the minutes. Can I have a mover and a seconder to approve the minutes of the April 5th, 2022 meeting? Moved by Councillor Farr, seconded by Councillor Danko. All in favor? That carries 6-0. Delegation request. Amanda Stewart respecting the daycares and zoning bylaw separation requirements to be heard before 9.2. And Bob Matten, Ancaster Heritage Village Community respecting revisions to the demolition bylaw to be heard before 9.2. 9.2. It's item 10.2. It's confusing here. Please note the delegations approved for today's meeting will be heard under agenda item number 9. Public hearings and delegations. You will be called upon to speak after item 9.1 in the order you appear in the agenda. Delegations speaking at a public meeting will be heard during the agenda item. Can I please have a mover and a seconder to approve the delegation request today? Moved by Partridge, seconded by Pearson. Discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? We'll move on now to, because that carried 6-0. Move on to consent items. The active official plan amendments, the zoning bylaw amendments, and plan of subdivision applications. Can I have a mover or seconder to receive the report 7.1? Second moved by Pearson, seconded by Wilson. Discussion on it. Seeing none, all in favor? Seven point two has been withdrawn. 7.3 is a Hamilton Oshawa Port Authority City Hamilton Liaison Committee report. I need a mover and a seconder to approve the 2 recommendations in the report. Moved by Pearson, seconded by Danko. Discussion. Seeing none, all in favor? That carries 6-0. 7.4 is Agricultural and Rural Affairs Advisory Committee report. Mover and a seconder to put the to approve the recommendations in the report. Who would like to move back? Moved by Wilson, seconded by Partridge. A discussion on it. Seeing none, all in favor? $7.5 is the Councillor Partridge. Councillor Partridge, can you get your vote in?
Thank you, Chair. The vote on the rural affairs did not come up on my screen.
You want to give a thumbs up?
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That carries. Let's move on to Hamilton Municipal Heritage Committee report number 22003. Mover and seconder to approve the recommendations in the report. Moved by Pearson, seconded by Farr. And any discussions on it? Seeing none, all in favor? Carried 6-0. 7.6 is non-decision appeals to the Ontario Land Tribunal. Kind of a mover and seconder to receive the report. Moved by Wilson, seconded by Danko. Discussion on it? Seeing none, all in favor? Who's voting? Okay, that's carried. We're now moving on to public hearings and delegations. Members of staff who are speaking at today's meeting are asked to state their name and the title before speaking for the first time. So we have Lucien Giuliano respecting the 12-hour parking rule. It was approved at the April 1st meeting. Lucia, are you online with us? If so, turn on your camera. Do you see him, Madam Clerk? Lucia Giuliano, are you in the gallery? If so, turn on your camera and your microphone. Okay. Item 6.1 is Amanda Stewart respecting the daycares and zoning bylaw separation requirements. Amanda, please turn on your video and sound. I think we're moving too quick today. They aren't online yet. Oh, there she is. Hi, Amanda.
I'm here. Good morning.
Good morning. Well, you have the floor is yours, and you have 5 minutes.
Okay.
You must be doing it on your phone, are you?
I am, unfortunately. My laptop wasn't working for sharing the screen properly.
Okay.
I am John Chow. I am a software product manager, and I require childcare.
Hi, I'm Disha Jori. I'm working in a food industry and I require childcare. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Sarah. I have 3 children. I work for Walmart and I need childcare.
Hi, my name is Melanie, and I own Melabath, and I need childcare.
Hi, my name is Shannon. I'm an EA at the Hamilton General Hospital, and I need childcare.
Hi, my name is Michelle Ives, and I work at McMaster Children's Hospital as a medical device reprocessing technician. The department that I work in runs 365 days a year, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. I require childcare that doesn't necessarily fit into your 9 to 5 box, so having peace of mind available for before and after care and childminding hours outside of typical daycare hours is really, really helpful for a shift worker like myself. Thank you.
Amanda, are you still there?
Yes, I am. Sorry, did the video not play properly for you?
The video played okay. I had trouble hearing it, but yeah, it played okay. But all I'm seeing now is good morning, Amanda. I don't see you anymore.
Oh, that's strange.
Hi, Amanda. You may need to stop sharing your screen so we can see you.
Okay, sorry, I'm trying to figure how to do that. Sorry about that.
Are you still there, Amanda? We seem to have lost her. Yes, Councillor Partridge.
Yes, thank you. Chair, I'm just wondering, the video was all about the need for childcare, and I don't see that on our agenda, number 1, but number 2, that's really a provincial issue, is it not? I'm just a little confused.
Well, I was hoping she could explain that. I had the same question. And
Yeah.
Hello, it's Elsie Kelsey here. It was 6.1 was the delegation request. The reason it's here is because of its zoning and separation issue from like the distance between daycares.
Oh, I see, because it says that she's going to be speaking about 12-hour parking rule.
That was 9.1.
Thank you.
And that delegation is not here yet.
here.
Thank you.
Amanda, are you still there? Councillor Danko?
Thank you. Amanda is a constituent that I've been in touch with, and she was delegating on a situation that she's a after-hours daycare provider in one of the Ward 8 neighborhoods, and she had a couple questions for staff. So I guess if she is not able to finish her presentation, do we then receive it and then could I ask a couple questions to staff on what I know she was going to present on, or would we invite her back at a future time? I'm not sure what the procedure would be.
Well, let's try this. I'll go on to the next delegation, and then I'll come back to the first two if, in fact, they're able to rejoin us, if that's
Thank
okay
you.
with the committee. Okay, I'm going to move on now to 6.2, which is Bob Matten of the Ancaster Village Heritage Committee respecting the revisions to the demolition bylaw, which is item 10.2. Bob, are you there? Oh, I see Amanda's back. Bob, I think you can turn off your video for a while. My second delegation has come back. Amanda, are you there? You were there and then you left. Okay, go ahead.
I'm here. I'm so sorry about that.
So tell us your issue.
In 1990, the Days Nursery Act was passed in order to maintain a standard for preschools and nursery schools. Along with this act,
can't hear.
You can't hear anything?
Yep, go ahead.
In 1990, the Days Nursery Act was passed in order to maintain a standard for preschools and nursery schools. Along with this act, a Hamilton radial separation bylaw was approved that states a day nursery in a C district shall be situated on a lot having a minimum radial separation of 180 meters from lot line to lot line of any other lot occupied or as may be occupied by a day nursery. Churches, schools, and community buildings were given an exemption from this bylaw. The percentage of families in Canada with two parents working has gone from 36% in 1976 to 69% in 2015. In 2015, the Day Nursery Act was replaced by the Childcare and Early Years Act in order to update outdated information. Our Hamilton radial separation bylaw was not. Statistics Canada's December labor force reported that the employment rate for single mothers with children younger than 6 years of age was down 36% between February 2020 and the end of 2021. The federal government's new $10 a day daycare may help bring women back to the workforce. It is only being offered to licensed childcare spaces. Currently, a childcare that wishes to operate close to a school or a church in a residential C district cannot. Our residential C districts are where families grow and develop, where a childcare center can become an important addition to the community. Offering childcare within this radius supports the overflow of childcare waitlists within schools and recreation centers. It also promotes smaller, more hands-on childcare centers, as the center can only be as large as the spacing on the property allows according to licensing, and must follow the current day nursery bylaw that only allocates a residential home to be used for a maximum of 24 children. This separation bylaw does not look at the nature of individualized programs. For example, a program running with children ages 1 to 4 years cannot receive a change of status approval for a license if the school nearby is operating before and after childcare for ages 4 to 12, as both are seen as a day nursery. This bylaw does not take into account wait lists and type of curriculum, nor does it support parental choice. I'd like to close this by telling my personal story. I grew up in a home childcare run by my mother. As a teenager, I babysat for the local community. At the age of 19, I began supplying for my local childcare center. In 2009, I graduated Mohawk College with honors from the Early Childhood Education Program. I then worked in center-based childcare for almost 10 years, including receiving the opportunity to oversee 3 before and after school programs, manage 11 staff, and create my own training programs. In November 2018, I created Peace of Mind Daycare and Childminding, a licensed home childcare that offered extended hours and evening programs to support parents' mental health. In November 2021, I relocated my home childcare to a rental home so I could further expand to support our community. During submission of our drawings to the city to change the status of our building to a day nursery, I was informed that this bylaw was in effect and would require a $3,465 variance plus land survey that I was quoted $3,500 for. I was also informed that this request could be denied and no refund would be provided. Unfortunately, for a small childcare like mine and a woman entrepreneur with 4 children, this fee is astronomical. It takes away from the families that I have sworn to support, and without its approval, my childcare will most likely close. We still have much to do once we surpass this bylaw, including paying for building inspection, fire inspection, health and safety inspection, law review, and of course, the 4 months that it takes to get licensed with the Ministry of Education. This bylaw has put a stall in our operation. At this point, we will not be able to get licensed in time to support our families that are moving to school this year. Operating without a ministry license also means we can't receive any financial support from the city, including wage enhancements for our educators, childcare subsidy agreements, support for children with special needs, and funding to support our childcare environment. It also means as an entrepreneur, I cannot expand to another location to create more licensed spaces, as a home childcare can only operate in one location. Our 1 to 4 age grouping currently has a wait list until September 2024. I'm formally requesting that this bylaw be removed so that childcare can meet the needs of the government's 86,000 licensed spaces that have been promised to the people of Ontario. In the north end of Hamilton, an erected sign reads, "Welcome to the North End, a child and friendly neighborhood." This sign can only become a reality if Hamilton chooses to support the growth of families by providing opportunities to the further development of family-supportive, licensed childcare spaces. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Amanda. Could you just very succinctly confirm what your ask is today? Is it an official or not official plan amendment, but an application to the Committee of Adjustment for variance? Is that what your ask is today?
My ask is to look into the removal of this bylaw from 1990.
The bylaw regarding setbacks?
Bylaw regarding separation from individual childcares.
So it's a radial separation, the
It's a
distance
radial
between you and the
separation.
next one.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's a radial separation.
Okay, and I see Councillor Danko has his hand up. Go ahead, Councillor, with the question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And yeah, just to clarify, the issue that Amanda ran into was a city bylaw issue, not a provincial regulation. So after we receive her delegation, and I really appreciate her bringing this issue forward, I have a couple questions to staff just on the licensing procedures and the status of the radial separation requirement.
Okay, and I believe Jessica Chase is here to answer your questions today. So go ahead with your, first of all, Jessica, are you online?
Yes, Councillor, I am.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Danko.
Did you want to receive the delegation first?
We can if you want. You want to move that?
I can move that. Thank you.
Okay, moved by Danko, seconded by Partridge. All in favor of receiving the presentation? Okay, Amanda, you could turn your video off now. We've received your presentation. We're going to go on to questions to staff now, but you can listen. So go ahead, Councillor Danko, with your questions to Jessica if she's on the line. I haven't seen her yet.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, so you heard the situation that was faced by Amanda as a licensed home care provider, changing facilities into another single-family home in the neighborhood, offering daycare services, and needing to be licensed in order to access city supports. And also with the new federal $10 a day childcare program, I believe those providers need to be licensed. So she's one of the first that's run into this issue. But if I could just ask through you, Mr. Chair, to Jessica, to explain sort of the licensing procedures, what providers have to do, and how the city fits into that process.
Jessica, your name and title?
Yes, through the chair, Jessica Chase, Director of Children's Services and Neighborhood Development. So in terms of the licensing process, I'll start by just sharing that the childcare centers in the province of Ontario are licensed by the Ministry of Education. Our role as the City of Hamilton is the service system manager for childcare. So we're responsible for funding and planning for the childcare system. And certainly we encourage any potential operator that is looking to become licensed or to expand to reach out to our division. We can certainly assist them in pointing them in the right direction around the licensing process, as well as one of the things that we're able to do is look at the neighborhood that they're looking at and provide some intel in terms of existing centers, what the needs and demands may be in a particular neighborhood to help inform the decisions that they're making. In terms of the licensing process, there are a number of different types of childcare within the province of Ontario. So when we talk about childcare, we have either center-based childcare programs as well as licensed home childcare programs. And then there is also unlicensed. So when we talk about home childcare, licensed programs would be affiliated with a licensed home childcare agency. So it's the agency that would be licensed by the ministry, not the individual providers. That agency would then contract with a number of different licensed home childcare providers. So this is childcare that is provided in the home. And those providers can care for up to 6 children. In the case of unlicensed childcare, it is not licensed, it's not inspected by the Ministry of Education, and they are allowed to have up to 5 children within the home. And as the delegate mentioned, in the case of home childcare, you are limited in terms of the number of premises that you can operate. You can only operate the one individual premise. In the case of center-based, this would vary based on the size of the location. So it would be inspected and licensed directly by the Ministry of Education. There are specific child-to-staff ratios that would need to be met and a number of requirements. And I'll just give you a few examples. They would need to meet zoning, public health, fire inspection, restrictions. The ministry would also look at the physical space, so there's minimum square footage, there would need to be an outdoor space, et cetera. And so again, the Ministry of Education would license center-based locations as well.
Thank you. Appreciate the thorough answer. So just a follow-up question with the new $10 a day childcare. How does that fit into the licensing requirements, and would we expect to see more license come through committee, or run into this 180-day radial separation because of that?
Yeah, so through the chair, the new $10 a day childcare, which will be implemented starting this year with a 25% reduction and moving to the eventual $10 a day by 2025. That is you will be required to be licensed in order to be eligible for that. So all operators, so that's either center-based operators themselves or the licensed home childcare agency, would need to apply to the city by September 1st of this year, and they will need to choose to either opt in or opt out of that agreement. So I think as a result of that, we have anecdotally already heard from some operators that there is an interest in moving forward with that program. We're still in the early days and are in the process of developing the application process, which will be shared out with all operators shortly. I think the other thing I would add when it comes specifically to home child care providers is we would certainly encourage home child care providers that are currently unlicensed to explore the possibility of becoming affiliated with a licensed home child care agency. And if in fact they are interested in pursuing the new national child care agreement, they will need to be licensed. So we would certainly encourage, and we'd be happy again to chat with any unlicensed providers. We have 3 current licensed home childcare agencies in Hamilton that we have a funding agreement with, and we'd be happy to put them in touch with any one of those 3.
Thank you. And just a follow-up question, if I may, Mr. Chairman, to our planning staff about the 180-meter radial separation. My understanding that's a holdover from a 1990 bylaw, as Ms. Stewart indicated. And in our new 05200 bylaws, we are removing that requirement. So can I ask through you to our planning staff, specifically what is the process for having that removed as a requirement for daycare providers?
I see Shannon's cameras come on. So Shannon, do you have the answer?
Good morning, Shannon Mackay, Manager of Zoning and Committee of Adjustment. As Amanda indicated, the zoning bylaw 6593 was updated in 1990 to add the definition of day nursery, add the use into specific zones, as well as apply the radial distance separation of 180 meters. As we've progressed into creating and modifying zoning bylaw 05200, that provision has not been carried forward. So day nurseries, while permitted in 05200, do not have that radial distance separation applied to them. In order to modify or to bring bylaw 6593 up to that standard, it would require a zoning bylaw amendment to remove the provision from the applicable zones.
Thank you. And just to be clear, we are updating all of the legacy bylaw up to 05200. That's in the official staff work plan. So that will be part of our work moving forward.
Yes, as part of the residential zoning projects, we are updating, actually moving all of the regulations into 05200, hopefully. And as a part of that, the day nurseries would be cleaned up. There is a potential that we could move forward independent of that fulsome residential zoning project coming forward to update the bylaw and to reflect the update to the acts so that that radial distance separation isn't applicable in the interim.
Thank you. I appreciate the discussion today, Mr. Chairman, and the leeway. I think it's an important issue where we're seeing more providers, going through the channels to be licensed, and then running into what is essentially kind of an arbitrary red tape, and then having to go through committee of adjustment, as Amanda mentioned. She does have an avenue to do that, but a fairly substantial cost to that, requiring a survey and also requiring the application fee for a home care daycare provider. It's a not a high margin business, and it's a very substantial fee for her to be able to continue providing those services. So appreciate the discussion. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, and thank you to Councillor Danko for that last question. That was going to be mine, but since Ms. Mackay has raised it, two things. Ms. Mackay just referenced that there could be a potential for, if I understood it correctly, moving independently and solely on an interim basis for the to write this daycare provision. Did I hear that correctly through the chair?
Shannon?
Through the chair, yes, there's an opportunity to modify the existing bylaw to bring it up to today's standard.
Thank you. So that is the standard for today. In the absence of doing it in an interim manner, if I could ask through the chair to Ms. Mackay, what would be the timeline in the absence of doing that? Estimated if you were to proceed.
Through the chair, we would be able to do that through the residential zoning process, which is ongoing, but some time away at this point, probably into 2023 before we're moving forward with the first phase of that residential zoning process.
So if I could, if Jessica is still with us, Chair, may I ask a question? Just Ms. Chase, thank you. So back to, we've identified clearly, as have the federal government, that the provision of affordable, accessible, quality childcare is a key component to our economic competitiveness and development. We acknowledge that women, particularly during COVID, older women have left the workplace often to care for their children's children because of the off and on again availability of childcare. And we know that in the next number of sustained years, due to demographic changes, we are going to have a shortage of labor, and we are going to need every single available worker in the workplace if we're going to keep up productivity. So if I could ask just to, is it your submission then, Ms. Chase, through the chair, that because of the movement, first of all, do you agree with that profile of where childcare and what our demographics are looking at? If I could just ask for your confirmation or not of that. Through the chair.
Yes, I would agree with that. We certainly, it's a priority of our division and of the childcare and early years sector to provide affordable, high quality and accessible childcare. And we certainly know that childcare is a huge support and driver for our economy, and particularly for labor participation for women.
Thank you. And through the chair, are you able to comment on whether it's in a overall community interest to have licensed versus unlicensed childcare? Through the chair.
Through the chair. So a couple things I would mention in terms of unlicensed versus licensed. So with licensed, as I mentioned, they're inspected regularly by the Ministry of Education. So there are a number of standards that need to be met in order to be licensed. We would, as I said, encourage unlicensed providers to become affiliated with a licensed home childcare agency. There's also a number of benefits to that individual provider. They would then have access to professional resources, assistance with some of the business aspects of operating a home childcare program, and any other supports that are provided by the agency. And I think the other real benefit is that you will need to be licensed in order to have a funding agreement with the city, as well as to enter into the new National Child Care Plan agreement and access that funding.
Thank you. I guess to my colleagues, if you would be willing to give consideration to moving on this aspect on an interim basis, given those factors and those features which Ms. Chase has sought to confirm, that it is part of, I think, an economic imperative to this community in trying to retain our workforce, and particularly ensuring that women are able to participate without penalty in the workforce. Given, I think Councillor Danko referenced that this is not a lucrative endeavor, and forcing individuals like the delegate to go through a committee of adjustment will just further eat into those margins, or may be an impediment to even offering care at all, which is not in our collective interest. It's not in this city's economic interest to do so. So I know this individual, I think Councillor Danko said, contacted him. So I would seek his any feedback he had on that, and also of my colleagues. I do think we can't wait until 2 years or however long Ms. Mackay referenced. I'm sorry, I think she said late 2023, but I'm not sure. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Farr.
Yeah, I'm sold on a amendment to the bylaw whenever Councillor Danko or whomever wants to move it. I just have one quick question to staff, Mr. Chair, through you. My assumption is, as has been in the past with other radial separation bylaws, it was a form of trying to prevent any over concentration of any one use in neighborhoods. In this case, I think it is dated, as I think alluded to earlier with our first speaker. So are there capacities for in-home neighborhood daycares? Or is it based on square footage? I'm sorry if I missed that in your presentation.
Jessica, can you answer that?
Yes, through the chair. So in the case of home childcare, if you are a licensed home childcare, you can care for up to 6 children under the age of 13, and that would include any of your own children under the age of 4. For unlicensed home childcare, it is up to 5 children, again, including your own children under the age of 4. And in the case of center-based, that number is going to vary. So the Ministry of Education would license for a specific number of children and specific age groups, and that is going to be based on the size of the location, as well as ensuring that they have adequate staffing to meet the ratios.
Okay, well, to me, it's a non-issue. I'm happy to support if someone wants to move the bylaw or having staff report back in a timely fashion on how that would look. Either way, I'm happy to support that and thank the delegate as well. And you too, Jessica, for being with us today. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll come back to Councillor Danko in a second, but maybe 2 options here. One is to ask staff to come back with a report on how to make this change as quick as possible. Maybe a second motion to waive the committee of adjustment fees for Amanda, so she can move forward now. So over to Councillor Danko.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Those are a couple things that we have been talking about behind the scenes. So I would prefer to be able to take this offline with staff and come back with a motion to remove that 180-day radial separation.
Okay. Do you wish to move forward with waiving the fees for Amanda so she can move forward?
If we can do that, that would be great. I'm not 100% sure that we can do that, though. We have had some discussions about that.
Well, let's get clarity on that then. Shannon, are you the committee of adjustment person? Does committee have, or Jason, does committee have the authority to waive fees on this type of situation?
So through the chair, what I might suggest, if Councillor Danko wants to work on a motion related to the radial separation, we could also discuss fees. I would suggest that what has been done is not to waive the fee just for one individual application. But if you recall, when council was considering changes to the accessory apartment secondary dwelling units zoning, what council did at that time was they reduced the minor variance fee in the interim until such time as those new zoning changes were brought forward. So I would suggest that if that's the interest of committee, we can work with Councillor Danko, and it might be something along the lines of a reduced fee for minor variance applications for this purpose in the interim until such time as those zoning changes can be brought forward. But I would suggest that it would need to be to all applicants as opposed to just one specific applicant.
So, Councillor Danko, do you want to take that away and come back to the next planning meeting, which is only Tuesday, with the motion?
Yeah, I'll work with staff on that. And again, that's something that we've been discussing, that we didn't want to just, solve the problem for one person, one business, when this problem applies to a number of businesses potentially. So I'll take that away, and we can present something to committee in writing. Thank you.
Okay, so I see no further speakers in this issue, so we've already received the presentation. So, Madam Clerk, I think I could just move on. Okay, let's move to 6.2, which is Bob Matten. Bob, you're back on again if you're still there.
Yes, thank you, Chair. My presentation is about the demolition bylaw, which is item 10.2 on the agenda, and through the Chair. I think I speak for Ancaster Village Heritage Community membership, and for Ancaster when I say thank you to city staff, the Municipal Heritage Committee, Planning Committee, and adjacent Thorn, and Alyssa Golden in particular, for their efforts to address our concerns about the progressive losses of heritage buildings, both in Ancaster and around the city. Once gone, these precious buildings cannot be recovered. They're at the root of our identity as a community. This explains the dismay, the upset and anger in Ancaster when the 1860 Brandon House was demolished just over 2 years ago now. And added to that is the quiet demolition of the wooden-built 1840 Marr House and the Eggleston House of similar vintage, which until recently stood beside the stone-built Marr Philippou House, still standing at Academy and Wilson Streets. I understand the now-gone Marr House was built at least in part as a dwelling unit. The Eggleston House certainly was. And so, like the Brandon House, the applications for demolition of these 180-year-old homes should have gone to the Heritage Committee, the Planning Committee, and then to Council in the interest of transparency and public participation. When Councillor Ferguson nominated 40 pre-Confederation buildings on Wilson Street for inclusion on the Municipal Heritage Register after the Brandon House came down, he discovered that 9 of them had already been quietly demolished. The character of our town, founded in 1792, is being radically changed from a heritage village to just another suburb of some major city. Our residents are exerting increased vigilance to preserve our heritage in Ancaster, and we do battle to stop developers from turning our town into a miniature version of Toronto. On this excellent report and proposal for a new demolition bylaw by Alyssa Golden and staff, I think it's an excellent review of the current demolition bylaw, problems with the broad scope of routine applications and delegation to staff, and how the bylaw can be improved to protect valued and important buildings and neighborhoods in the city. The new bylaw enhances the consistency of demolition policy with the city's policies requiring that planning recognize secondary plans and areas of different character defined by use, function, culture, and aesthetic qualities, including built heritage attributes, and the requirement that planning must recognize these unique character areas and respond with appropriate approaches. This is not NIMBYism, it is city policy. First, the proactive strategy to encourage public participation in inventories of heritage buildings is an excellent idea. 20 volunteers inventoried 110 pre-Confederation buildings in Ancaster during 2020, backed up by experts Alyssa Golden from the city and Shannon Kyles from the Archaeological Conservancy of Ontario, and it worked very well. Next, we hope to inventory buildings dating later than 1867 this coming summer, with a view to placing them on the municipal register as well. This will give them 60 days protection from demolition, and from there to be considered for designation. On strengthening the language around routine applications, the definition of a dwelling unit needs stricter interpretation. A dwelling unit means a property that is used or designed for use as a domestic establishment. The Brandon House was built as a dwelling unit and had always been a dwelling unit, yet as I understand it was demolished so precipitately as a commercial operation because of zoning, which would appear to be a misapplication of even the existing bylaws. As far as we know, neither the Marr House nor the Eggleston House were ever considered as dwelling units. Like the Brandon House, both historic buildings just disappeared one day from the streetscape on Wilson Street. In neither case had a building permit been applied for to replace these buildings. The new bylaw also contains a statement of intent, which we believe is critical. We need this statement of intent. It establishes aims and goals. We hope it changes the way that demolitions are thought of and considered in the approval process. We also need to require plans for new construction to be submitted to the city before demolition of a historic building is permitted, whether it is on the register or not, and that the demolition be considered as an integral part of the building application. This would fulfill the broad statement of intent in the proposed bylaw. It would increase transparency, prevent lots from becoming vacant for long periods, while also ensuring that the building to be demolished would not provide dwelling units for people looking for a place to live. The definition of what is historic would have to be worked on. There's a huge backlog of buildings in the city to be inventoried for heritage status. In the meantime, we have suggested special notice be taken of buildings over 90 years of age, but we note that certainly if measures to improve communication between divisions via internal notifications is to happen at all, then some way of identifying which buildings are to be red flagged needs to be developed, and that would most simply rely on the age of the building.
Bob, your 5 minutes are up. Can you wrap up now?
Yep, I will. Thank you once again for listening to us and for your efforts to help preserve our precious heritage and our neighborhoods. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Any questions for the delegate? Just one, Bob. I won't give up the chair because it's a simple question. Do you support the staff recommendation before the committee today?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. Motion to receive. Moved by Councillor Farr, seconded by Councillor Partridge. All in favor? That carries. Thanks very much, Bob. Okay, let me just go back to that one. So is Mr. Giuliano in the old room? If so, turn on your camera and your microphone, please. Do you show them in the oh, there he is. Okay. Well, good morning, Mr. Giuliano. So we missed you earlier, but welcome, and you have 5 minutes to do your presentation. You can start now.
Okay, thank you. I'm hoping that I'll be quick. So my issue that I'll be discussing today is regarding the 12-hour parking bylaw that we have in the city of Hamilton. I do understand that this needs to be enforced in certain zones of the city. However, there are certain residential areas where it is very unfeasible to enforce this, especially when in older neighborhoods where us residents cannot get permits to cut a parking pad onto our own property. So this parking bylaw, after looking further into it, it seems like regardless of even if I get 12, like if I park on the street for 12 hours and if I also get a municipal monthly parking pass, it is still being enforced. So in my opinion, this is pretty much setting sort of like us Hamiltonians up for, I would say, failure, because we're not even getting an option to, park anywhere, in other words. And we also, just celebrated Earth Day, so having the expectation to also move the car every 12 hours by a few feet just to satisfy the bylaw does seem a little bit counterintuitive to these measures that we are celebrating. And as well, we've also seen a huge shift in like in the workforce. So a lot more people are actually working from home. So like we can't expect everyone to just get rid of the car. I mean, that would be ideal, but the reality of the story is that we still have a need for cars these day and age. So all I'm asking from council is that this bylaw could potentially be reviewed in certain zones of the city, and to also sort of give us an option other than moving the car, in other words. That is all I have for today.
So you have any questions for the delegate? Yes, Councillor Farr.
Hi, Luca. Thank you very much for joining us. Are you a Ward 2 resident?
Ward 3.
Ward 3. I ask because this pops up from time to time from different residents, particularly I think through the urban area, and I'm not surprised you're close enough, Ward 3, the urban area of Ward 2, with all the regulations that we have, and I think you've made all the right points, especially as it relates to, so many people now working from home. This bylaw goes back some time before we even had a term called telecommuting. So how often do you use your car? What do you perceive might be a little more convenient for us to contemplate should staff review this and come back through you, Chair?
So I guess like in my case, I do use my car maybe about 2 to 3 times a week. However, I go days where I don't use it just because I'm only required to go into the office once per week. So my usage is once during the week and weekends essentially. So Monday to Friday, unfortunately, it doesn't get used as often. And of course, there's also like my neighborhood especially, there's a lot of senior people as well, where they may not necessarily use your card for even longer than that period, right?
And through you, Chair, you made a good point about it's near impossible to build a parking pad, or impossible, I think you said, to build a parking pad. How come?
It's because there's other bylaws. I don't have the bylaw number on hand, but there needs to be a certain frontage of impermeable surface on the property. So the city will not grant pretty much a permit to cut a parking pad onto private property.
Yeah, and in some cases, I think, especially in the older parts of the city, we have the frontage, the facade of the property too close to the sidewalk just to make, you're talking about the 50% landscaping rule, but also it's hard to get the required lengths in the bylaw. Also, when you put a parking pad in, you now take away some stuff, some opportunities on street because people can't obviously park in front of a driveway. So what is, through you, Chair Luca, what is your regulation right now on the street? I heard something about you might have a pass, but like you say, even if you have in Hamilton, a annual on-street parking pass that you pay approximately $100 for, the 12-hour rule still applies. But what is the on-street regulation on your street, through you, Chair, for everyone else?
So my street does not have regulation. There's no posted signing that I have to move the car, or sorry, that I have to stay there for 1 hour or 2 hours within a specific time. There is a municipal parking lot close by, which has a monthly fee of $65. However, my understanding of the bylaw, even if I do pay the $65 per month, I still am required to move the car every 12 hours.
Through you, Chair, final question. So let's say we're successful here as a planning committee. I'm hopeful. I'm going to move a motion to ask staff to review, to do exactly what you're asking for, and report back to us. Things like winter maintenance, street sweeping, you'd be able to move your car for that. I mean, if we were to change the regulation, here and there is a need to get at your street. It is the city-owned street. It's not, okay. Okay. Any other eventualities that through you, Chair? Anything else you want to say, Luca?
Yes. Sorry, I have one more thing. So
sure. Go ahead.
The street also doesn't have that regulation where we have to park from April to November on one side for the first half of the month, and then on the next half of the month move to the other side. So our street is fixed only one side parking only.
Yeah. Just a little anecdote to close. I've given it a good solid try a couple of times. My first term, I actually, along with Ward 1 Councillor Brian McCaddy, attempted to take a look at the 12 hours. I think we were attempting to make it at least 24. It was met with some resistance, which was understandable in the suburban areas. There's limitations. But the big pushback then was roadside mechanics, that people end up leaving their car for long periods of time. They're on the street working on their cars, and they take up all of this on-street parking. I'm wondering if that, like from what you perceive in your neighborhood, is there a big issue with an overabundance of people using on-street to fix things and add cars that maybe aren't mobile?
I have not seen that issue in our neighborhood. I do see that almost every residential house that there is over here does have a car. I'm not saying that parking is not an issue. However, I have not seen the issue of where people are leaving cars that look abandoned, which is the reason that I was told why the bylaw is in place, or I haven't seen people sort of like working on their cars outside on the street either.
Okay.
I mean, you can clearly tell whether a car is abandoned or not, right? So, like, I mean,
Yeah, I don't think it's as prevalent an issue. It may be more so in the suburban areas, in which case, while we tried and failed, we actually we could see the writing on the wall. Councillor McCaddy and I, the first time I took a crack at amending this bylaw, and we tried to make it Ward 1, Ward 2 specific, but that didn't fly either. That was a long time ago. Things have changed, and you actually highlighted an environment today that we didn't even have 8-9 years ago when I first brought this forward. So I'm very grateful. I'm hopeful at the appropriate time, Mr. Chair, I'll be able to at least get staff to report back on a little bit of the history and some of the options we may consider, which may even be ward specific, inner city specific. If I were to have that opportunity to move that motion and get a seconder. Otherwise, Luca, thank you. You are representing a greater amount of people than maybe you even know with respect to the inner city residents that have been having this challenge for some time. Thanks again.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Councillor Pearson. Councillor Pearson, did you wish to speak?
Sorry, I couldn't find my unmute button. My apologies. Anyways, thank you, Luca, for attending, and certainly I understand his concerns. I have a couple of questions for you, and then possibly staff after. You say that you have a parking pass. Is that correct?
I do not.
You do not have a parking pass, so I wanted to get clarification of that, and I'm not sure of the regulations for parking passes. And you say that you can't park over 12 hour in a municipal lot?
That is correct. To my understanding of the bylaw, even if you do have a permit for on-street parking or municipal parking lot, you still need to abide to the 12-hour parking lot. So I found it kind of counterintuitive to actually pay the parking pass when I still have to move my car every 12 hours.
And thank you for that clarification. I'd like to ask staff questions at the appropriate time, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Thank you, Luca.
Okay, thank you. I see no more requests to speak, so a motion to receive. Motion by Farr, seconded by, excuse me, Pearson. All in favor? So, Councillor Pearson, you have some questions for staff?
Yeah. Thank you, sir. If I could, I'm not sure who's present, and I'm sorry, the vote's just being completed.
We'll try Brian if he's here.
Okay, thank you. Brian, hi, Brian.
I am here, Chair.
So, Brian, can you just give us some clarification, sir? So, if I had a parking pass, so I paid for monthly parking in a municipal lot, I'm not allowed to leave it over a 12-hour limit. Is that correct?
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Pearson, that is the bylaw, and that's really intended to ensure that people just don't leave vehicles parked in lots and they become derelict vehicles. We do apply a lot of discretion with respect to this bylaw, and typically staff would go out and not issue a ticket in an off-street lot, for example, at 1 hour after 12 hours. We would observe it for a few days and determine if it's a derelict vehicle. That's not widely broadcast, but it is our practice, and the same goes for the on-street as well.
On street, right? But if you have a parking pass for on-street parking, so a neighborhood gets the on-street passes, which gives them permits for 2 cars to be parked on the street. Do they also have to meet the 12-hour limit? And I apologize, not having the history myself, because I don't believe I might have one in the Winona area that has parking passes, but it's not been something the suburban area has been using. So
Yeah, through the chair, and the rules are, it takes a while to absorb them, and I'm not an expert on them all the time either. But the on-street permits that residents can buy on an annual basis exempts them from the time-limited parking. For example, 2-hour parking or 3-hour parking. It does not exempt them from the 12-hour parking.
Okay, thank you for that. I'll listen intently to. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll listen intently to Councillor Farr's motion going forward. Yes, I'm in the suburban area. I can tell you that through COVID, with the 12-hour restriction being lifted, I had numerous complaints. It is an issue in the suburban area. I have people, and I'm going to be honest, right here on my own street around me with 100-foot driveways that are adamant that never, heaven forbid, they park in their driveways. And I'm dumbfounded. I don't understand the mentality, but it happens, and they're on the street. And other neighbors get frustrated because they have visitors and they have nowhere for their visitors to park. So I will listen intently to Councillor Farr, but I want to be careful. And I just a bit of history for the suburban area. Before amalgamation, Stony Creek's bylaw was a 6-hour limit. And that was adhered to very well. So I'll listen intently. Thank you, sir.
Okay, I don't have speakers. Oh, no. Councillor Farr, you want to put a motion?
Few quick questions for Brian, and then yes, I wouldn't mind. I'm not looking to change the world right now, just looking for staff to report back in just a moment. But real quick through you, Brian, just remind us when we send enforcement on this issue, whether it's in a local lot or exceeding 12 hours on street, do we still enforce the entire street or just that car that someone called and complained about?
Through the chair to Councillor Farr, I think I may have forgotten to introduce myself previously, but Brian Hollingworth, Director of Transportation Planning and Parking. It is the latter. If we get a complaint about one vehicle, it's not equitable to just target that one vehicle. We would apply the enforcement to the entire street.
Yeah, so the whole street gets dinged. So to the previous comments and adversary of mine over a decade ago on this issue, I hear what is clearly issues where Councillor Pearson is versus where we are in Ward 2, Ward 3, probably Ward 1 still. It's night and day. And so through you to Brian, as much as we gave it a whirl last time, it didn't fly, and maybe I wasn't as qualified to debate as I am now. But is it something we could look at in terms of inner city specific? If you were to report back to us and understanding and appreciating that, where Maria or Councillor Pearson is, driveways galore, and I could see how residents would be upset when visitors want to come and other neighbors have driveways that they're not using and they're on the street and there's no place to park and all of that, especially when looking at you right in the face. Pretty much every house has 4-car, 2-car, 3-car driveways. Not the case in the inner city. Very few driveways, as a matter of fact, in our inner city neighborhoods. So is there a way we could look at making it specific to certain areas of the city? For you?
Through the chair, I think we'd like to look at different options. We tend to try and not make our bylaws geographic specific because then it becomes a little bit difficult to defend from a legalistic perspective. But in this case, given there are variations across the city, maybe it's worth consideration. But we'll look at all alternatives. We'll review other jurisdictions and come back to this committee with some options.
And finally, and generally, Mr. Chair, through you to Brian, the delegate made some very good points. A lot of people are working 12-hour shifts now. We are as a council encouraging multimodal, encouraging people to leave their cars at home. They're not maybe as inclined to do so if they think they're going to come home to a ticket, after maybe a weekend away or a long shift in Toronto or something like that. The telecommuting argument that Luca made, all of those things, are they, the kinds of things you might consider if we were to ask you to kind of report back us on historically and currently what we're doing and what we may consider for the future? Through you, final question.
Yeah, through the chair, absolutely. This bylaw dates back to somewhere around the 1960s, and I think it's worth a review to look at the changing nature of work as part of our development of alternatives.
And Mr. Chair, you'll know cars used to leak a lot of oil back in the 60s, and they were monster boat cars. So at the appropriate time, I do have a motion to follow up. Luke, also, you might note, Mr. Chair, Luke is trying to signal us. I think we already received him, and he may not know procedurally he can't come back on. Just wanted to let you know. I noticed he's got his little emoji hand going. So thank you, Brian. And when you're ready, Mr. Chair, I do have a motion, if I can get a seconder.
I could not see his hand, so then no harm, no foul.
Okay.
And so I think Councillor Partridge, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Appreciate it very much. And I appreciate the discussion. I just want everybody to keep in mind, you know, when I look at Waterdown and Upper Stony Creek and areas where the new subdivisions have just exploded, keep in mind that, you know, parking on the street is at a premium in the new developments. The streets are not necessarily wide enough. People park overhanging other people's driveways. The driveways aren't wide enough. The garage is counting as a parking space, and most people use it for storage. So, you know, we can now have secondary units within houses. So that's creating an issue. Instead of 1 or 2 cars per house in the subdivisions, we've got, you know, 4 or 5. With people living in the secondary units. So it's a huge issue up in Waterdown area. I'm curious, as long as staff are just going to report back, then I think it's fine to have a look at this, because especially a bylaw that is this old. But, you know, keeping in mind that it also needs to look at some of the very real current issues that we're dealing with in different areas of the city in the newer developments, where the on-street parking has really, it's really exacerbated and gotten a little bit out of control. All you have to do is look at the comments and the complaints that come from my ward into the city, and I would suggest that they're probably some of the highest across our entire citywide. So if it's only to report back at a future planning meeting, then I'll support it. But if it's anything more than that, I'm not so sure I can. Thank you, Chair. Appreciate the time.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Can you take a chair for 1 second? I just want to be a first-time speaker, so
Yep,
thank you. Jump in. And we find in my community in Ancaster that the $12 limit works pretty good. And it's going to take a real compelling argument to have me change my mind to this. 2 quick examples. One is where a 17-year-old son buys a junky old car, and the mother says, "There's no way you're parking that in our driveway. I don't like that neighbor a little bit down the street. Go park over there all the time and leave it there." And it creates neighborhood problems. And I actually had one case where somebody left a car there so long it sunk into the asphalt through the hot summer days. So there has to be an overwhelming, compelling argument to change this, but I'll support getting a staff report back, particularly if it's from, I think Brian said the 60s. I'm not sure it was that long, but it'd be interesting to get that confirmed or not. So I'll take the chair back, and Councillor Pearson for 2nd time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I certainly concur with your comments to Councillor Partridge's. I also want to ask, and you know, maybe it is appropriate, because I understand where Mr. Hollingsworth is coming from as well, because this particular bylaw is one of the bylaws that are posted as you enter our city. So it's a blanket bylaw. So it's no different than, you know, no parking on all through streets between, I think it's 2 a.m. and 7 a.m. in the city of Hamilton. This is also the 12-hour limit that's citywide. So, you know, it's going to be very compelling to change this, because it's going to be very difficult to police with visitors, et cetera. It means a lot more signage. And I hate to say right now, we have a tremendous amount of sign pollution out there. And I think that's one of the issues, that people are just not even seeing the signs anymore. But Mr. Chairman, and maybe I want to hear Councillor Farr's motion, and I'll support the staff to investigate. But I'm also wondering if it's something that planning should be looking at, as far as some changes to the regulations for being able to add a parking spot at the front of their property. And I realize it takes a spot away from someone, but if they're not parking on their own, in front of their own property, I mean, that's the spot they're taking away from someone anyways. So I'm just wondering if that creates a simpler way of solving this issue, because I don't think that would be as a widespread problem as changing the 12-hour limit. I'm just putting that on the floor. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Wilson, first time.
Thank you. Through the chair to Brian, Mr. Hollingworth. Will the scope of your review, Director, include the parking requirements? It was my understanding in the downtown secondary plan that the parking ratio is smaller for new developments than it is, for example, in areas outside. I just wanted to know if land use secondary plan stuff will be included in your review. Thank you.
Through the chair to Councillor Wilson, I think it would need to include that as part of the context for sure. I mean, admittedly, as you reduce parking requirements, it generates demands such as increased need for on-street parking, etc. So we'd need to take into account that context.
Okay, Councillor Fire, you want to place your motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll read it and then I'll seek out a seconder just in case there's, if that's okay, unless I need the seconder ahead of time. It's pretty,
go ahead.
pretty
Read it.
Okay. So whereas the 12-hour time limit parking regulation has at least been in place since 2001 in all areas of the city, inclusive of Ancaster, Dundas, Flamborough, Glanbrook, Hamilton, and Stony Creek, whereas divisions with Public Works rely on the 12-hour time limit parking regulation in order to facilitate Public Works functions, such as but not limited to snow removal, road maintenance, etc. Whereas residents have historically relied on the 12-hour time limit parking regulation for on-street turnover intended for equal access on street parking and to prevent vehicles from being stored / abandoned on street, whereas COVID-19 has put pressure on on-street parking availability due to residential dynamics in relation to the 12-hour time limit parking regulation, whereas the 12-hour time limit creates challenges for people working on extended work shifts and working hybrid work models. Therefore, be it resolved that staff be directed to report back to Planning Committee with a review of the 12-hour parking regulation and options for potential modifications. And that is seconded by, wow.
Any volunteers for second?
Councillor Wilson, please, thank you.
Yeah, you just made it.
Thank you.
Okay. Is there any discussion on the motion? Councillor Danko.
Thank you. I appreciate the discussion already, but I'm kind of on the fence. It has been an issue during COVID where people working from home getting parking tickets, and as Director Hollingworth said, they ticket the whole street, and people have been home for weeks at a time because of COVID and just haven't moved their cars. So it has been unfair there. But at the same time, we do have Mohawk College and other institutional uses that, if we were to eliminate the 12-hour parking limit, it just kind of opens up for abuse of that on-street parking by absentee landlords and just over-intensification in some of those neighborhoods. So I'm happy to have a report back with a review, but I'm not at this point convinced that it'd be something we should move forward with. Thank you.
Okay, I see no more speakers, so I'll call the vote. Carries 4-2. Move on now to the public meetings. The public has been advised on how to pre-register to be a virtual delegate at the public meetings on today's agenda. Members of the public, in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act, please be advised that if a person or public body does not make an oral submission at a public meeting or make written submissions to the Council of the City of Hamilton before Council makes a decision regarding the development and applications before us today, the person or public body is not entitled to appeal the decision of the Council and the City of Hamilton to the Ontario Land Tribunal, and the person or public body may not be added as a party to the hearing of an appeal before the Ontario Land Tribunal unless, in the opinion of the tribunal, there are reasonable grounds to do so. So we'll just turn the page. So item 9.2 is an application for amendment to the City of Flamborough zoning bylaw and City of Hamilton bylaw number 05200 and draft plan of subdivision for lands located at 655 Kramer Road, Flamborough, PED 22061, Ward 13. Staff recommendation to deny the application. Does the committee wish to see the staff presentation? Seeing none, can I have a mover and a seconder then to waive the staff presentation? Moved by Pearson, seconded by Wilson. Okay. So Steve Fraser, I see you got your camera on, Steve, with AJ Clark. Oh, okay, we need a vote on the waiving. Okay, Steve Fraser with AJ Clark and Associates is in attendance. Steve, are you in support of the staff recommendation? I doubt it, since you're here. So, comments?
Yeah, good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Steve Fraser, AJ Clark and Associates. I'm a registered professional planner here this morning on behalf of the owner and applicant Zena Homes. I want to thank staff for bringing the report forward. However, we're somewhat disappointed with the recommendation contained within the staff report. There's an extensive history on this project dating back to 2016 when city staff completed the mid-Spencer Creek Greensville Rural Settlement Area Subwatershed Study and Class EA. And that study provided direction for future residential lot sizes within this settlement area, allowing for 0.7 hectare size lots on private services, which is exactly what this draft plan of subdivision is proposing. Additionally, the subject lands are designated settlement residential and are already zoned R2-14 settlement residential, which permits single detached land uses and is subject to a holding provision. And that holding provision contains basically the same generic requirement on all undeveloped lands within the Greensville settlement area. Developed single detached residential uses in Greensville settlement area have been appropriately zoned residential in zoning bylaw 05200, including surrounding lands of the subject property. So fundamentally, the city's planning tools permit the land uses proposed in this plan of subdivision, and the subject applications are generally intending to implement the city's planning vision for the settlement area. As the staff report mentions, these applications were deemed complete on August 17th, 2017. And since then, ongoing correspondence with staff, agencies, and consultants have taken place to address the fundamental issue of land use compatibility here. So almost 5 years has transpired and numerous revisions to technical reports have taken place to address this land use compatibility matter. In particular, an odor assessment was requested by city staff and prepared by Ortec consultants on behalf of Zena Homes, along with a number of peer reviews, revisions to that report, freedom of information requests to attempt to obtain information on the Rothsay facility to the west. All these were prepared and submitted to address the odor matter from the Rothsay plant. These are cited on page 8 of staff's report, and item 6 in that chart within the report correctly states that a final odor assessment, dated December 7th, 2021 was submitted, but incorrectly states that no new information was provided, and I quote, therefore did not warrant another peer review. Ortec's December 17th, 2021 report did provide new information. Since that submission late last year, we did not receive any feedback on that report or have any discussion with staff. And I note that Mr. Bello has only been on the file for about 5 months, and it's been active for about 5 years. And I believe we'd certainly would have benefited from additional dialogue with relevant stakeholders considering the history of the file. In particular, the odor matter, which remains unresolved. The odor matter is the main reason, effectively, for staff's recommendation and is the critical issue here, which is a differing of opinion between Zena Homes odor consultant and that of Rothsay and the city. So this issue remains outstanding. This odor study and these assessments are extremely technical reports, and certainly one's outside my area of expertise as a professional planner. So in terms of the content of those reports, I'm not going to be able to speak to those this morning. But again, I do strongly believe that it warrants further dialogue. And instead of denying the application, we would recommend it be tabled to enable that dialogue to continue to take place. So those are my submissions, Mr. Chair, and I'm happy to answer any questions if I can. But again, I can't speak to the odor matter at hand. Thank you.
Questions for Mr. Fraser? Councillor Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Fraser. Just a question then. And because I didn't see anything here, I'm hoping there's been conversations with the ward councillor, and have you a position from the ward councillor, or has the chair? I'm not sure.
I have not as the chair.
Thank you.
Mr. Fraser, have you talked to Arlene Vanderbeek?
Through the chair, no, I haven't personally. My understanding is my client has tried to reach out just recently a number of times.
Okay. So I haven't heard from her, but I mean, I don't see a problem in requesting this to be tabled to allow for more dialogue. So at the appropriate time, Mr. Chairman, I wouldn't mind. I don't have a problem moving that. Thank you.
Moving which? The staff recommendation or the deferral?
Oh, sorry, that this matter be referred back for further dialogue with staff and the ward councillor.
Okay. Any other questions of the applicant's agent? Seeing none, need a motion to receive. Pearson, Partridge, all in favor? Mike, I can't see the grid, so I don't know who's voted or hasn't voted. There we go. No, I don't see Councillor Farr up there. Carried 5-0. Can I have a mover and seconder to receive the public submissions in the staff report? Moved by Pearson again, seconded by, I can't remember, who was our mover and seconder on this one? Farr, but he's not here. Councillor Partridge, okay, to receive the staff report. And we'll use the same mover and seconder, Pearson and Partridge, to close the public meeting. The same mover and seconder that the public submissions and the staff report were received and considered in denying the application. And over to you, Councillor Pearson. I think you wanted to not necessarily move the recommendations, but to remove a deferral.
Correct, Mr. Chairman. If I have a second, I would respectfully move that this item be deferred back to allow the applicant to have further dialogue with the ward councillor and staff, sir. They've waited this long, so I don't anticipate there's an issue of an appeal, and it doesn't really matter, but I think there should be an opportunity for that last little bit of involvement. So I'll move it. I'm not sure if I have a seconder, sir.
I'm sorry, if I can, I'm just still waiting for Councillor Danko and Pearson to vote on our last vote to...
The last vote was to approve the recommendation, and I'm not approving the recommendation in the report.
No, before that, the
public submissions
received.
Did that, okay.
I'm just sorry.
Councillor Danko, do you wish to speak to that?
Yeah, I haven't voted because I was wondering if we're going to leave the public meeting open or if we're going to close the public meeting and then defer.
Madam Clerk?
It would be up to committee on their wish.
We just got to confirm whether Councillor Pearson can get a seconder and get a majority vote. So that's unknown at this time. Yeah, Councillor Pearson.
Mr. Chairman, and I can add then, if you want in the motion, that this be referred back for further dialogue with staff and with the councillor and the applicant, and that we close the public portion of this meeting, if that's the wish of the committee, if that helps.
Madam Clerk, can we cancel that vote then on the mover to second? The public submissions received and considered, just to hold that open until we see if Councillor Pearson's motion is to refer it back is successful. Councillor Wilson, do you have a question before I move back to Councillor Pearson?
I do, sort of procedurally on that matter. I thought we already voted on the staff report, and a vote was recorded. I'm just seeking confirmation of that.
Yes, the last vote that was completed was to close the public meeting.
And that carried, Madam Clerk?
And that carried, and then the vote that we've stalled is receiving the public submissions that they were considered by the committee and denying the application.
If I could ask through the chair to Elsie Kelsey, forgive me, did we vote yet on the staff report?
No, we have not.
No,
you have not.
But we're at now.
Thank you.
I also wanted, through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Danko, was it your wish to leave the public meeting open or to have it closed as it is right now?
Well, there's no interest from the public so far, so I don't have a preference either way. I was just, procedurally wondering if we were intending to leave it open or not.
No, I agree that, and anybody can register a delegate later too if they want. So I think I'll hold off then, Elsie Kelsey, on the motion that the public submissions were received and considered during the application, and move directly to Councillor Pearson's deferral motion then. And I'll come back to that if Councillor Pearson's motion fails. Okay, you've moved that, Councillor Pearson, that it deferred back, and you're looking for a seconder now.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
I don't see any seconder coming up. So then I'm going to go back then to mover to seconder that the public submissions and staff report were received and considered. All in favor?
Respectfully, Mr. Chairman, who moved and seconded that?
It was originally moved by Councillor Pearson and then seconded by Partridge.
I remove myself as the mover then? I'll support it, but I don't want to move it because I did want it deferred.
Okay, I'm canceling the vote and I will need a new mover.
Councillor Wilson, are you moving it? And Councillor Partridge is seconding it. I assume that carries, Madam Clerk. And now I just need a mover and seconder to approve the report recommendations as it wasn't amended, was it? No.
Well, the amendment with
So there's a motion to approve the recommendations. It doesn't have to say as amended then.
It does. The reason we do this is because the Planning Act requires us to put in a statement about the effect of the public submissions on the committee's decision. So the staff recommendations may be A, B. We then have to add the C, outlining the public submissions effect. So it is technically as amended, but we have not amended any of the wording in the staff recommendations.
That's confusing, but I'll accept your ruling here, Clerk. So, Councillor Wilson, are you moving that? Yeah, and seconded by Councillor Partridge. Discussion on the motion. Councillor Danko.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'm not sure if people are really familiar with the Rothsay plant and how bad it actually smells, but it is like the worst smelling place on the face of the earth. And I'm amazed that anybody would propose building a luxury country estate home subdivision right beside it. It's clearly from the staff report not advisable. Thank you.
Councillor Partridge.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I was on the speakers list. Yeah, I'm fully in support of staff to deny this. I grew up in Greensville, and I will tell you, there is already a subdivision that has been built there. And I suspect because they are closing the Spencer Valley School that this land is they're looking to develop it. I've tried to get in touch with the counselor of the ward, and I'm very, very uncomfortable to put a deferral forward. So we are just approving the staff report, which is to deny, with the addition of the public submissions. Is that correct? I just want to be clear on what I'm voting on.
That's correct, providing it carries.
All right, and I'm happy to move it or second it. Thank you.
Okay, and I know that plant does have odor issues, but they're a lot better than they used to be. They've done a lot of work on it.
1000%.
Okay, all in favor then of the staff recommendation as amended? Thank you. Let's move on to 9.3, an application for approval of a draft plan of subdivision for the lands located at 179, 183, and 187 Wilson Street West in Ancaster. Does the committee wish to see the staff presentation? I do, so if we could have the presentation done by staff, I'd appreciate that.
Good morning, Chair, members of the committee. Can everyone hear me? Thank you, yes. Just bear with me. I'm dealing with new equipment and not used to a planning committee on a Monday, so just bear with me for a moment here. Thanks. Okay, good morning, Chair, members of the committee, staff, and public in attendance. My name is James Van Roy. I'm a planner one with our development planning suburban team, and I'll be discussing the draft plan of subdivision for lands located at 179, 183, and 187 Wilson Street West in Ancaster. Here we have our site. It's made up of 3 properties, being 179, 183, 187 Wilson Street West. It's a roughly 0.8 hectares and has a 62-meter frontage along Wilson Street West. Here we have an aerial view of our site. As you can see, there's a lot of vegetation on the lands. To the north, we have townhouse dwellings. Further north, we have a building that's under construction that doesn't show right now, but it shows vacant in the aerial right now. To the east, we have single detached dwellings, and we also have a condo apartment building. To the south, we have single detached dwellings, and to the west of the subject lands, we have single detached dwellings. Here we have our draft plan of subdivision. It's a 2-block plan of subdivision. Block 1 is for 35 street townhouses. There'll be 3 stories. And we have block 2, which is a land dedication for a road widening along Wilson Street West. And here we have our site plan. This site plan has received conditional approval. This was received on June 24th, 2021. And it is in conformity with our zoning bylaw 05200. So that's why we don't have a zoning bylaw amendment application before us here today. It's just a draft plan of subdivision. And here we have, just to go into the photos of the area, here we have 187 Wilson Street West. It's on the right side of the slide here. And the neighboring properties, 195 Wilson Street West, are also shown. These are the single detached dwellings that are on a condo plan. Here we have 183 Wilson Street West. This is the center of the 3 properties. And here we have 187 Wilson Street West. Going a bit further back, this is a view of Wilson Street West looking towards Hamilton. You can see the orange marketing sign in the background of the subject lands. And this is looking the opposite direction on Wilson Street West. So again, this is a photo of the neighboring property with the single detached dwellings on a condominium plan, 195 Wilson Street West. And here we have a photo of the property just north of the subject lands. These are two-story townhouses at 173 Wilson Street West. And here we have a photo of the building that's currently under construction at 153 Wilson Street West. This is turning around looking at the Ancaster Mews, which is also a three-story condo apartment building. And lastly, here we have a side looking at Seminole Road. This is directly across from what would be the entrance of the 35 townhouse development that is before us today. In terms of the circulation process, this application was circulated to property owners within 120 meters of the subject land. A sub-public notice sign, as you could have seen in the slideshow, was posted on the subject lands. At the time of preparing a staff report, 5 comments and concerns were received. And just at a high level, concerns were with regards to height, construction and noise, trees and drainage. With respect to height, the proposed development is less than the permitted height of the community institutional zone, which is 10.5 meters. The applicant's proposed height is, or the site plan elevation show that the height will be 10.2 meters for these townhouses. With regards to trees, the applicant has provided compensation at a 1-to-1 rate in terms of in the form of cash in lieu, and they have also provided they'll be providing 43 plantings. And with respect to drainage, the applicant is proposing a catch basin system that will lead to a holding tank, and this is being reviewed through the site plan or process. In closing, the draft plan of subdivision can be supported as it is consistent with the provincial policy statement, conforms to a place to grow growth plan for the Golden Horseshoe, and complies with the Urban Hamilton official plan and Ancaster Wilson Street secondary plan and zoning bylaw 05200. So this concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thanks.
Thank you, James. I'm going to open it up for questions now. Being the ward councillor, I'm going to go first. If I could have Councillor Wilson take a chair. First of all, can you go to the slide, James, that showed the site plan?
Yes.
I was very happy to see this because it showed a hammerhead at the end. But when I read the report, you're still insisting on private garbage collection, where you have an opportunity here for a city garbage truck, the contractor, to come in the main entrance road and then pull into the hammerhead, back up and turn around and pull out. Why are you still requiring private garbage collection when there's a spot for the truck to turn around?
Through you, Chair, my understanding is that the site does not meet our waste collection standards right now at the moment, so that's why the private collection is proposed. Okay, this creates a huge problem for ward councillors when you have you put a condition in that they have private garbage collection because the developer, quite frankly, doesn't care. But I get inundated now because this has been happening for a while and I've been complaining for a while about it. Is that once the residents move in, they're standing in my door, they're sending me emails or sending constantly phone calling. And now I got petitions happening. This is in the Los Sandy development, a large development on John Frederick Drive, where all the side streets weren't even cul-de-saced off. They just dead-ended. And so anybody who has those townhouses on that dead-end street has to arrange for garbage collection. And their argument, which is a good argument, is your developer agreed to it. And they say, well, the developer's long gone. And now I'm talking to you. And it's difficult for me to defend that we allow developers to not put in facilities for turnaround. But here you've got it. And I understand that if you go to the 2 units at each end of this townhouse development on the hammerhead, it exceeds the number of meters that a truck can back up. If they can turn around in there. And so why couldn't we arrange for the developer just to put a concrete pad right at the intersection of the hammerhead and the main street to people to carry the garbage up to there? And then the normal collection can happen on the main street coming in. So why can't we do that? Through you, Chair, my understanding of the main standard at play here that this kind of conflicts with is that you can't have any dwellings fronting any areas where the waste collection vehicles are backing up. So that's the primary concern.
Yeah, I understand that, but they do have a turnaround spot, a safe turnaround spot with the hammerhead. And so could you answer my question then, for the people that live in those two townhouses at the each end of the hammerhead, where the truck would have to back up longer than the distance is permitted by our bylaw, can't we put a concrete pad right adjacent to the two visitor parking areas right at the corner, so they can bring their garbage down to there and get it picked up, so they're not barking at me afterwards or whoever the ward councillor is?
I would have to defer to our waste collection staffs through the chair.
Is anybody from waste collection in the audience today? I put a question to the developer or to the director. Steve, why can't we, right at the radius, so you see there's two public parking areas, put a small concrete slab in that area so people can bring their garbage out to that slab to get picked up by the public waste collector? Is there any reason why we can't do that?
Steve Robichaud, Director of Planning and Chief Planner. Through you to the chair, to the ward councillor. My understanding in discussions with public works staff is they are concerned about the quote unquote ownership of that waste. And if they allow for centralized pads that are used by more than one household, there may be a potential in there where one or more of those households are not following the city's bylaws with respect to the amount of waste that is being deposited on those pads. And for that reason is why that option for having sort of like a centralized collection point is something that the PW staff, when they updated the waste collection guidelines that were adopted by council, elected not to pursue as an option. Nevertheless, we can have a follow-up conversation with PW staff to see if there is that option to deal with that, because I am fully aware of the issues and the concerns that the councillor has raised. After the homeowners move in, they feel that they are being taxed twice, sent through the condo fees and paying for property taxes plus an additional tax for that service directly to the provider. But that was based on the advice of the Waste Management Group when they developed the guidelines not to allow for a pad that is used by more than one household. But like I said, we can have a follow-up conversation with PW staff to see if there's an opportunity to deal with the issue now, as opposed to in a year's time after the units are occupied. Thank you.
Okay, and everything, Wilson Street's being redeveloped, and most of it's with condominiums. And most of the other condominium developments, everybody brings their garbage out to Wilson Street. Here, the developer at least is putting in a hammerhead, so there wouldn't be that much garbage. That just 4 townhouses would have to bring their garbage out to that pad at the corner. Steve, can I make this a condition of the development that we permit that?
Sorry, sorry, to delete the requirement for the private pickup, or
I guess delete it, or that the developer would put a small slab in. I wish I could point it out in my mouth, but I can't. But
I understand. It's those two little pork chops.
Yeah,
sorry.
Yeah. So they don't have to back up so far. You'd move it up to the top end of the parking area you got your mouse at, and just put a small slab there, or put them on the grass, I guess. I don't think there's too much risk of people putting extra bags out because it only affects 4 units.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, to the ward council, there would be a requirement to delete that proposed condition of draft plan approval, and then to allow for on-site municipal pickup. Alternatively, may I suggest that we can have a conversation with Public Works between now and council, and maybe we can involve your office if possible, either in that conversation today or tomorrow, and that if there's a need on council on Wednesday, we can propose any changes to the conditions of draft plan approval. I'm just reluctant to make a change on an operational matter affecting Public Works without having a chance to consult with them, given that ultimately they are the agency or the group that's responsible for the garbage trucks going in and out of the site.
Okay, I think the easiest thing for me to do is simply delete that requirement, and then Public Works can in fact speak up at council if they like. But I'll wait to see what the applicant says also, and why they didn't consider that. And my next question, James, is I don't see any facades on the design. Are these 1 or 2 floor townhouses?
Through you, Chair, these will be 3-story townhouses.
Oh, 3. So there's no basement under them then, I assume, is there?
I'm not too sure. I'd have to defer that one to the applicant.
Are they staying under the height? Are they staying under the height bylaw?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Councillor, you're at 5 minutes. I don't know if there's anyone else on. I don't see anyone, but just to let you know.
Okay. Madam Clerk, is there anyone else waiting? No. Can I keep going then, Madam Chairman? I have one more question.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, and you said, James, in your presentation that there's going to be catch basins in the road that would drain into a holding tank. Did I hear that correctly?
Yes.
And where's the holding tank pump it to?
So I believe the holding tank is here in this section of the site, and the catch basin system kind of wraps around the back like this.
So it discharges to a storm sewer at the back then?
Yes.
The holding tank? And,
yes, I believe.
I mean, you need a holding tank with a lift station because the grades aren't right. Is that correct?
Through you, Chair, I'm not too sure with with regards to the specifics of engineering.
Okay, I think that'll get taken up at site plan approval anyway, you said. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So those are all my questions. Madam Chair, I'd like to wait now. I'll let you keep the chair through the balance there because I have questions for the applicant also.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers on this item? I don't see any in the chat, and I haven't been motioned to from Elsie Kelsey. Is it possible then at this point for us to, do you need the presentation up still, Councillor Ferguson?
No, I don't.
James, would you mind taking it down, please? And that way I can view the screen. Thank you.
Yep, certainly.
Thank you so much. Okay. So to Elsie Kelsey, may I have some advice from you on where we are?
Yep, we're on page 18 of the chair's procedures that I sent earlier, and we're receiving mover and seconder to receive the staff presentation, please.
May I have a mover and a seconder, please? Thank you. It's moved by Councillor Pearson, seconded by myself, or can I do that?
Yes, you can.
Thank you. To receive. The vote is up.
Madam Chairman, I'm supportive of this application. I can move some of these motions too, if all of them, if you like.
That motion carried 6-0.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm just toggling. Okay, thank you. We have Mr. Ryan Ferrari and a Mr. Steve Fraser with AJ Clark and Associates in attendance.
Sorry, this is 9.3.
Oh, beg your pardon. No page numbers. Oh, yes, beg your pardon. Caitlin Gillis and T. Johns Consulting is in attendance. Caitlin, are you in support of the staff report?
Yes, good morning, Chair and members of the committee. Caitlin Gillis here with planner with T. Johns Consulting, and with me I have Terry Johns as well, president of T. Johns. Yes, we have reviewed staff's report and support the recommendation of approval. And then, of course, I'm happy to answer any questions or follow up any questions that Councillor Ferguson asked previously to Mr. James Van Roy.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Do you have any questions of these folks?
Yes, I do. And I don't know whether I'll let either Caitlin or Terry answer it if you like. I'll just put it to them. But this garbage collection is very controversial when we put it in the responsibility of the condominium corporation, and these townhouses will be paying the same taxes as everybody else does who gets garbage collection. Can you see any issue from the developer side in putting an area just at the hammerhead? I believe it's 50 meters is the maximum Public Works will allow a truck to back up. And so that would be the last two townhouses on the bulkhead or on the hammerhead. Can you see any reason why they couldn't put a small concrete pad at the edge of the visitor parking to allow those residents to move the garbage up there rather than have to go private for everybody?
I'm happy to answer. So we can look further into putting the pad. I know in previous discussions with waste, they were concerned about doing, similar to Mr. Robichaud, speaking to not being able to account for who's putting waste on the pad. It was also our understanding of the guideline, they won't do a mix of curb parking or curb pickup for units and a collection pad was part of another issue of the guideline. So we'd be happy to review that through the site plan application that's currently still under review. We have not received final approval yet. So we believe it would be appropriate to relook at that waste scenario to see if we can get municipal waste pickup through that site plan application.
Yeah, I think I heard you say in a long way that you are okay with putting a pad in. Is that correct?
We think so. We just need to confirm that we're not impeding any zoning requirements.
You got a real tinny sound to you there, Caitlin. There must be something with your headset. I'm not sure, but thank you for that response. So that's all my questions at this time. I do support the application, and I just don't like burdening these people. And then they talk to their neighbors, and they're like, well, we don't pay for collection. The city picks it up. And so there's inequities up and down the street then when these things start to catch on. And I think with another one being proposed down the street, you're going to allow them to carry it out. At least the developer told me as. Here, you don't have to carry it out. You just take it to the corner of the hammerhead. And I'm not sure why Public Works is pushing back so hard at that, particularly with the developer supports that. So at the appropriate time, I'm going to move that that condition be waived if I can, Madam Chairman. That's all.
Thank you, Ms. Gillis and Ms. Johns for coming here today. May I have a mover and a seconder to receive the delegation from the agent? Or Councillor Pearson, did you have a question of the agent party?
No, I don't have a, well, no, it's not a question of the agent. I just, it's a comment to Councillor Ferguson's concerns of everybody putting everything on a pad on the hammerhead.
Okay.
At the appropriate time to come back to me. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay. A mover and a seconder to receive the delegation from the agent, please, and thank you. Moved by Councillor Farr, seconded by Councillor Pearson. Thank you. That vote is carried 6-0. May I have a mover and a seconder to receive the public submissions in the staff report? Moved by Councillor Pearson and seconded by Councillor Partridge. The vote is up. It carries 6-0. May I have a mover and a seconder to close the public meeting? Moved by Councillor Pearson, seconded by Councillor Danko. Vote is up. Carried 6-0. We are now on to seeking a mover and a seconder that the public submissions in the staff report were received and considered in approving the application. Mover and a seconder by Councillor Ferguson and Councillor Pearson. Thank you. It's carried 6-0, and I need a mover and a seconder to approve the report recommendations as amended, but I understand there's an amendment that will be coming from Councillor Ferguson on this matter. And I also will recognize Councillor Pearson immediately following that. Thank you. Councillor Ferguson?
No, I just wanted to move the staff report. Then I'll move the amendment.
Oh, beg your pardon. Thank you. It's moved by yourself, seconded by Councillor Pearson. The staff report.
Now, Madam Chairman, I'd like to move an amendment if I can.
Yes.
I don't want to approve the report yet until I want it to be as amended.
The vote is in progress.
Okay, I'll move the amendment now then. You take that vote down.
Yeah, I'm canceling the vote through Madam Chair.
So, Madam Chairman, I'd like to move that the condition for private garbage collection be deleted.
Okay, on the amendment, I recognize Councillor Pearson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just wanted to ask you, Councillor Ferguson. So, Councillor Ferguson, can you please enlighten? Are you asking that the unit owners place their garbage in an area or pad at the near the hammerhead, and that's collected by the city crews? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, the bulk of the bulk of the units in this development would get the normal collection because it's a road. But the truck then has to pull into the hammerhead to turn around. And those the 2 units at each end, because it goes beyond the 50 meters that a truck can back up, would place their garbage out by that visitor parking area to be picked up so the truck doesn't have to back up. Therefore, that's why I'm moving that the requirement for private collection be deleted.
Councillor Pearson.
Thank you, and I'll trust and leave that with the ward councillor. I have had similar issues in my ward, and they have presented nightmares. I just want to caution, in what staff are saying. The dilemma is controlling what the people put at the curb because you don't know whose it is after. I have 2 developments in my ward currently that all put their garbage at a central location to be picked up. And I can tell you without a doubt that I get ongoing concerns because not only is it put there, but there's others that come and suddenly realize there's an area where they can bring their garbage, drive in, drive out, and nobody's the better for it. But the condominium corporation ends up having to deal with this garbage that belongs to nobody in their development. And now they're responsible to clear it. I'll leave it to the good ward councillor in addressing it, but I just want you to know there are issues with that. So I'll leave it at that. I'll support whatever the ward council wishes.
Thank you. And I recognize James. I think you have your hand up, James. Did you wish to add something? And then I think Councillor Partridge is wanting to speak.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I just thank you, Caitlin. She's pointed out that our Appendix C doesn't include any conditions for waste collection, so could be dealt through with through the site plan approval. There's also the condominium approval that still has to occur for these lands.
Thank you, James. Councillor Ferguson, did you hear that?
I did, and I'm puzzled by it because I read the report, James, that it has to be done with private waste collection.
Yes, but through the chair, it's not a condition right now through the draft plan of subdivision. We've just identified that through the future stages, either through the site plan process or through the draft plan of condominium, that there will be warning clauses for private waste collection, but we can still continue to work towards what you're trying to achieve.
And I think I saw Anita on the screen. If you wish to speak to this, Ms. Fayback. Okay, no, gone.
Okay, because my fear, Madam Chairman, is if I don't delete this, somebody's going to just put it in a site plan, and then the councillors have no input at that once it goes to site plan. But it's clearly identified is that, at least what I read, and I can't pull the report up that quick because I'm trying to chair this meeting too, is that to find it, but I read it yesterday, that you require that it be done by private waste collection. But I see Steve has got his camera on.
Mr. Robichaud.
Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair, to the councillor. Yes, on page 17 of 22 are the comments from the waste section that identify that they will be required to enter into an agreement for on-site collection of solid waste because it doesn't comply with the waste management guidelines. What I would suggest is, although it's not a condition of draft plan approval, that there will be warning clauses saying that they will be ineligible for municipal waste pickup. We may want to look at adding, based on some of the feedback from the Councillor Pearson and the other members of council, for those units that are adjacent to the pad, that they will be included in any offers of purchase and sale, that they will be notified that there will be centralized waste collection for 4 units adjacent to their units, as well as those 2 units in blocks 3 and 4 that front on to the sort of the T of the hammerhead, so that they also know which units will be getting centralized waste pickup and which units would then be sort of curbside pickup. And it would just be a direction that the conditions of draft plan approval be amended accordingly to reflect on-site garbage collection. And then we will advise Public Works staff as well as to council's decision on this matter at the time once the draft plan approval is issued. That would just be sort of a braces and suspenders approach to address this issue. But as I previously mentioned, it's not currently a condition of draft plan approval. It was just identified in the staff report that on page 17 that they would be having to enter into that agreement for on-site collection if they can't meet the city's requirements and then meet the other necessary agreements. Thank you.
Madam Chairman, I'm perfectly happy with Steve's recommended amendment. I hope Lisa caught that and can make it part of the amendment. Did you get that, Lisa? Or you can work with Steve offline and get the right wording if that would help you.
Well,
if I can just assist, Lisa, it's essentially that staff be directed to prepare the necessary, that the conditions of draft plan approval be amended to provide for the necessary warning clauses for those units adjacent to or facing the proposed waste collection areas, being in particular units 13, 23, and blocks 3 and 4.
Okay, that's fine with me, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Robichaud. Councillor Partridge has been waiting patiently. Councillor Partridge.
Yeah, thanks very much, Madam Chair. And it sounds like this isn't an issue anymore, but I just wanted to support and reiterate what Councillor Pearson said. I have several of these in my ward, and it really is a nightmare with copious amounts of garbage being left. If one is not done properly, everything gets left, and constant complaints, just terrible complaints. So I just wanted to put that out there to be really, I would just be really, really careful about this one. Thank you. But I'll support whatever the ward councillor wants to do.
Thank you. There are no further speakers. So I need a mover and a seconder on the report recommendations as amended. And does anyone need the?
I think don't you have to vote on the amendment first? It was moved by myself, and I don't think there was a seconder volunteer, but I saw Councillor Pearson was okay with. Okay. I think seconding.
Elsie,
on the amendment.
Kelsey, on the amendment.
Yes, we do need a vote, and so that will be Pearson seconding.
Yes.
Thank you.
The vote carries 6-0.
I'll be happy to move the main motion again then, Madam Clerk.
Main motion as amended is moved by Councillor Ferguson and seconded by Councillor Pearson. Vote is up.
Through you, Madam Chair, we're just waiting for Councillor Farr to vote, or a thumbs up. You take the vote down. Thank you.
Oh.
Does that finish 9.3 then, Madam Clerk? Okay,
I assume the vote carried. Thank you.
And let's move on to 9.4. Councillor Farr has his hand up. Was that was the motion? That was for the motion. Okay. So 9.4 is an application for zoning bylaw amendment and draft plan of subdivision for lands located at 525 Rowell Road West, Hamilton, Ontario. Does the committee wish to see the staff recommendation? It's in Ward 14. If not, I need a motion to waive the staff presentation. Moved by Wilson. Seconded by Councillor Farr. All in favor? Okay, Ryan Ferry and Steve Fraser of Major Clark Associates are in attendance. Ryan and Steve, are you in support of the staff recommendation?
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Ryan Ferrari, AJ Clark Associates. Certainly read the staff report and certainly supportive of the staff recommendation. And I'd be happy to answer any questions of the committee, should there be any. Thank you.
Any questions for the agent? Seeing none, then may I move into seconder to receive the delegation from the agent? Moved by Pearson, seconded by Wilson. All in favor? Same mover and seconder. Is a motion to. Oh, forgot to hit submit. Okay, we may say mover and seconder for to receive the written submissions. All in favor? The same mover and a seconder that the public submissions were received and considered improving the application. Okay, mover and seconder to close the public meeting. Same mover and seconder. The same mover and seconder that the public submissions were received and considered in approving the application. If it's okay with the same mover and a seconder. Partridge? 6-0. And the same mover and a seconder to approve the report recommendations as amended.
Sorry, just one question on the report, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, go ahead.
Has there been an indication from the ward councillor on this? I haven't heard anything.
I haven't heard anything either.
Okay, thank you.
That carries, Madam Clerk. 9.5 is an application for the zoning bylaw amendment for lands located at 866 West 5th Street, Hamilton. Do the committee wish to see the staff presentation? This is in Ward 8. Yep, okay. So James, you're back on again. James Van Roy.
Yes. Hello again. And I'm hoping everyone can hear me and see the presentation. Just give a thumbs up if you can.
I see it. Looks good.
All right. Thank you, Chair. So again, good morning, everyone. James Van Roy. I'm a planner one with our suburban team. And today we'll be discussing an application for a zoning bylaw amendment for lands located at 866 West 5th Street. Here we have our site. It's a rectangular, generally rectangular lot. It's got 20 meters of frontage on West 5th Street and roughly 90 meters of frontage along Rose Hill Avenue. The total area is 0.18 hectares. And the applicant, as you can see, is rezoning the land from the AA Agricultural District to the RT 30 Special Exception 1818 District, Street Townhouse District. And they're also rezoning from the C Urban Protected Residential, etc. District to the RT 30 Street Town Special Exception 1818 Street Townhouse District Modified. So block 1, this is being rezoned from C District to Street Townhouse District, and block 2 rezoning from Agricultural District to Street Townhouse District. Here we have an aerial view of the site. As you can see, to the north, we have single detached dwellings. To the east, we have single detached dwellings. To the south, we have single detached dwellings. And to the west, we also have single detached dwellings. Here we have the concept plan that was submitted by the applicant. There are 9 street townhouse dwellings in the form of 2 blocks. The blocks closest to West 5th Street will have 5 street townhouse dwellings, and the blocks more internal to the site will have 4 street townhouse dwellings. The bylaw before you is requesting to modify the front yard setback, the rear yard setback, the minimum side yard setback, and the minimum distance between 2 buildings, and is looking for exempting maneuvering space and encroachments into front yards. So here we have a view of our property. This is looking at the property from West 5th Street. Here we have the neighboring property to the north of the subject lands, 862 West 5th Street. This is looking on the opposite side of the site, the opposite side of West 5th Street, opposite of the site. Here we have a view looking towards the city of Hamilton, that's north on West 5th Street. And here we have a view looking south on West 5th Street, a view looking west on Rose Hill Avenue. And here we have a view of the site from Rose Hill Avenue and the existing dwelling on the property. Here we have a view of the single detached dwellings that are on the south side, that are south of the site on Rose Hill Avenue. And here we have a panoramic view of the site. This is 107 Annabelle Street, and this is the subject property over here. This is a Google Street View image. And here we have a view looking east on Rose Hill Avenue. Lastly, as you move into the survey of the surrounding area, this is a view of Annabelle Street looking south. And here we have a view looking north towards Spring Valley Crescent on Annabelle still. In terms of the circulation and process for this subject application, the landowners within 120 meters of the subject lands were circulated. There was also a community information meeting hosted by the councillor on April 7th. At a high-level overview of the concerns we received, there were a number of concerns with regards to traffic and safety, as Rose Hill Avenue is considered one that receives a lot of cut-through traffic into the main subdivision. We also heard concerns with respect to construction, privacy, decrease in property values, aesthetics, and snow removal. And just to lightly touch on that with regards to the parking, the development is providing 2 parking spaces per dwelling unit. With regards to the traffic, there may be traffic calming measures that the public can obtain for this area. That's outside of the Planning Act process. With regards to the construction, we can request a construction management plan through the site plan review process. The building is meeting the height requirements of the zoning bylaw, which is currently 11 meters. With regards to property value, we're not really, staff aren't aware of any empirical evidence to suggest property values will decrease. And with regards to snow removal, the property owners of the future development would have to adhere to city's Hamilton snow and ice bylaw removal requirements, which requires you to maintain your property and not obstruct traveled portion of highway for when you're removing snow. In closing, the zoning bylaw amendment can be supported as it is consistent with the provincial policy statement, conforms to a place to grow growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe, and complies with the Urban Hamilton official plan. The proposed development represents good planning, providing compatible low-density residential development in a compact and efficient form, enhances and continues the streetscape of the neighborhood, and provides additional housing opportunities in the community. This concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any further questions. Thank you.
Thanks, James. Any question for James? You can take your presentation down too, James.
Yes.
So I can see the grid. Any questions for, yes, Councillor Danko.
Thank you. Just a few questions for Mr. Van Roy. So just first of all, just on the size of the property for rezoning, approximately how many single family homes would fit there if it wasn't a proposal for townhomes?
Just doing a quick, if it were single attached dwellings on the C5, on the C district, you'd probably need 12-meter frontages, which could maybe get you around 7 single detached dwellings. But you would still need reductions to other areas of the bylaw.
Thank you. So maybe, 4, 5, 6, somewhere around that order. In some of the discussion, you talked about the surrounding neighborhood being primarily single-family homes. Could you touch on a bit more just the neighborhood character of what's being proposed and how, in your professional opinion, it fits in or doesn't?
Yeah, so it's a bit of a mix match of different buildings and dwelling types in the area in terms of eras. I did review the aerial photography just before this, through the chair to Councillor Danko. It looks like the area to the north may have come further north of the subject lands. There's newer development that looks like it came in around 2015, 2016, and was a bit more dense. The area immediately north of this subject site looks like it came around 2010-ish from aerial photography. And then the area to the south has been around for a very long time. And we still have a lot of remnant zones from our zoning bylaw 6593 that are still agricultural or still urban protected residential. So those properties could be 1960s, maybe even older in some cases.
Thank you. But just specifically on the neighborhood character of what's being proposed and how it fits in the neighborhood.
Yeah, so it's low density, low rise built form, 2 stories generally. This applicant is meeting our low density requirements of less than 60 units per hectare, and also their proposals at 2 stories as well.
Thank you. You mentioned in the presentation a number of the variances in order to facilitate this proposal. The report does provide justifications for those variances, but one that stood out was the reduction to 3 meters from 6 meters from the front lot line. I believe there's some architectural purposes for that, and also on Rose Hill where there's a boulevard plus a sidewalk from the street line. So could you elaborate a little bit just on some of the variances requested, in particular that front lot line reduction?
Through the chair to Councillor Danko. So the minimum required setback is 6 meters. However, the applicant is reducing the setback to 3 meters for particular parts or portions of the building. This will kind of provide for a more animated streetscape along Rose Hill Avenue. And well, the garages will be pushed back, and the intent is to not have some sort of development where the garages are the forefront of the main. This should take away from the streetscape essentially.
So the
garages. Sorry.
Yeah. So just to kind of summarize, the purpose of that variance is that you have the front door of the building on the street, and then you have the garage set further back so that the garage door and the garage face doesn't become the defining feature, that it's the front entrance of the home that is the defining feature.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yep.
On just while we're talking about the garages, some of the concerns was that, and we saw this in some of the other applications before us, was that the garage is considered one of the parking spaces, and the size of the garage as a viable parking space. Have we verified that, and how is that considered?
Through you, Chair, I don't have the measurements haven't been provided to determine compliance, but it does appear that they'd be meeting the minimum requirement, which would be 2.7 meters by 6 meters for a parking space, and the garages are roughly at around 3 meters in width, and it looks like they're 6 meters in depth.
Thank you. And would that be verified in site plan?
Yes.
Thank you. You touched just briefly on property values, that being a main concern of some of the residents in the area. Just as a planning committee, can you elaborate on our ability to consider property values as part of our deliberation under the Planning Act?
So really, through the chair, what we're looking for is to establish land use compatibility. So, does a residential use fit in well with another residential use, that sort of thing, where we don't really, never have really considered property values when it comes to the Planning Act.
Thank you. And final question is just on some of the traffic concerns. And I think this neighborhood has seen quite a bit of new development, as you mentioned, with the towns and condominium project, kind of a block further north. And a lot of that traffic does use Rose Hill as a cut through instead of the 1 block south where there's the lights. Now, West Fifth is a minor arterial, but just as part of the planning application, how is that considered in what's before us today?
So what we're considering before us today is they're not really amending the parking requirement for their subject site. They have 2 parking spaces per dwelling unit. The parking, I've heard kind of mixed reviews of regarding the parking from the residents on Rose Hill, whether they would like parking in front of those lands or whether they wouldn't like parking in front of those lands. It can be accommodated for smaller vehicles parking off of the street, off of Rose Hill Avenue, because I believe there's about 4.98 meters of space between driveways in certain areas on that plan, which would allow for a small 4-door car or sedan. Sorry, I don't know if that answers your question.
Partially. The second half of that was just on traffic calming measures on Rose Hill to discourage that cut-through traffic.
Yes, and if, through the chair, that would have to occur outside of the Planning Act process through municipal law enforcement.
Okay, thank you. And it's just last kind of question or comment on the lot size. I believe these ones, each lot is just over 8 meters in width. They're like 8.5, something like that. We just saw 2 very similar applications that we just approved, and those were actually narrower. So just in terms of lot sizes, as a typical townhome development, is this consistent with similar applications in other areas?
Through the chair, yes, they're wider than normal towns, but we are reducing the rear yard setback in this case from 7 meters to 6 meters. So it does allow for overall the rear yards will have sufficient amenity area. But yes, typically they're wider than the usual.
Okay, thank you. Those are all the questions I had. I'll probably have some more after we hear from the residents and get to the report. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else have questions for the planner? Seeing none, a motion to receive. Moved by Councillor Danko, second by Councillor Farr. All in favor? Okay, and now I'd like to call on Matt Johnson with Urban Solution, the planner on the file for the applicant. Are you there, Matt? There you are. Welcome. The floor is yours.
Morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, staff, and the public. My name is Matt Johnston, a registered professional planner with Urban Solutions. And it's my privilege to be here on behalf of Angros Enterprises, better known as Fontana Homes. And I've got a detailed presentation, but I thank James on his presentation. Great job capturing the issues and the responses to concerns raised by the public. I've got just a couple of slides that I think will answer some of the councillors' questions. And I'll start sharing my screen now. Okay, that should do it.
Up, it's up.
All right, so we've got a good understanding of the subject lands, its location, the area context. This slide here shows the site plan in detail. And I think it is really worth highlighting, as the councillor questioned, many of the regulations speak to creating that articulation that we see along the streetscape. So it's to accommodate those welcoming front porches. It's to ensure that there's sufficient room in the driveway. So we've got a 6 meter setback to the garage, but 3 to the dwelling, plus porch encroachments. So that's where a number of these modifications come from. We do have the 6 meter rear yard, which is quite standard, and we are giving up a notable 5 meter widening along West 5th, plus a 7.5 meter daylight triangle for visibility purposes. Again, these are 2-story townhouses, 8 meters in width, and I would agree, yes, much wider than the norm, and that does ensure the 2-story dwelling. Other questions related to the garages, and in this case, I can confirm we do have garages that are also 6 meters in depth. And in terms of their width, you can see you could probably see it on the previous plan, but the dimensions are here. So we have the garages, which are 3.1 meters at their narrowest, which is the front 2/3 of the garage. And then you can see, if you look closely at the back, the garage juts out even further. And at that point, it increases to 3.6 meters, so a half meter bump out. And with that, we provide that additional room for storage to make sure that these garages are entirely usable. They do have direct access to their rear yards as well. A shot of the proposed elevations, the application summary, the policy framework. We had a complete list of supporting studies that were reviewed and evaluated and were reviewed by city staff, resulting in the positive recommendation report. From a chronological perspective, we started this back in May of 2020 with the submission of formal consultation. The applications were later submitted July 2021, resulting in today's public meeting and the information meeting held earlier this month with Councillor Danko. We did hear concerns from the public. I think that the staff report and James articulated the appropriate responses. And one last area to touch on in terms of climate and green initiatives, we do have a commitment from Fontana Homes to include smart home technology, smart thermostats, tankless water heaters, and electric vehicle charging rough-ins. So in order to look to the future and include those green initiatives, we're happy to make that commitment through these applications. In conclusion, I think what we have here is just the right gentle form of intensification. 2-story townhouses along an arterial road. These are the types of applications I think we're going to see more and more of as we move forward in our growth plan to 2051. And when we do it with the modifications in place, the additional controls introduced in the zoning bylaw, we have an application that certainly represents good planning. Concur with the staff report and have no questions or concerns with the bylaw contained within it. And I'd be happy to answer any further questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Can you take your presentation down, please? Anybody wish to ask questions? Councillor Danko.
Thank you. A couple of follow-up questions. So similarly to the question to Planner Van Roy, just if this was to be developed as singles, how many approximately would your client cite on that property? And as a follow-up to that, as a compound question, why townhomes versus singles?
Thank you. Through the chair, I agree with the quick math that Mr. Van Roy did. When we take away our 7.5 meter daylight triangle and the road widening, we'd have approximately enough room for 7 12-meter singles. Why towns in lieu of those singles? As I touched on in my own presentation, these townhouses, represent 9 units versus 7. We could say that's a drop in the bucket on a grand scheme of achieving intensification targets. But I think there are important decisions that we need to make. We can't continue to build more of the same when we have opportunities to intensify. So the policy framework really encourages us to utilize every opportunity to optimize and to maximize intensification opportunities. So we should not be just arbitrarily switching over to singles just because that's what exists in the immediate vicinity. I think it's well documented, and with the articulation that we have with the buildings, we can certainly ensure that we have townhouses that are going to be compatible to the adjacent singles. Compatibility doesn't mean exactly the same. It means ability to coexist without adverse impact, and certainly these 9 units in lieu of 7 singles can exist without adverse impact. And for that reason, we should we should be looking to support these 9 units, and in recognition of the good things that they do from a policy implementation perspective. Thank you.
Thank you. And just on the size and scale of what's being proposed, these are 2-story units versus some of the ones that we just approved for Ancaster, which were 3-story on a slightly narrower lot. Is there a reason why your client decided to have a slightly smaller unit in terms of neighborhood character, privacy, that kind of thing?
So, in terms of the decision, these are 8.4, 8.5 meter wide townhouses, which, as we discussed, is quite wide. And I think that in of itself will aid in terms of a compatibility perspective. You're not going to be looking at tall, narrow townhouses. You're going to be looking at wide 2-story towns. And that's really just in recognition of the existing lot fabric in terms of accommodating that rear yard. Just the orientation of the lot really sort of required something a little bit wider, a little bit shallower in order to provide the amenity area in the rear yard. Thank you.
Thank you. And just to be clear, right now, the street alignment on Rose Hill, there's a boulevard, then the sidewalk, and then there'll be, so it's a little bit different than some of the other condominium road applications where they front directly onto the condominium road, where here there's further setback with the boulevard and the city sidewalk. That's
correct. I'd say it's probably another 6-7 meters setback from the actual curb line.
Thank you. Last question, Mr. Chairman, was just about privacy for the adjacent neighbors. I believe in our discussions, there was a commitment for a privacy fence along the rear and the side lot lines. So I just want to confirm that here at committee.
Yes, that is correct. We will be installing a privacy fence with our neighbors, and that would be secured through the site plan application stage.
Thank you. Those are all my questions, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions of the applicant or the agent? Seeing none, a motion to receive the agent's presentation. Moved by Councillor Danko, seconded by Councillor Wilson. All in favor?
Thank you.
Carries. Let's move on now to 3 registered delegations. The first is Bruce Black. And Bruce, I saw you up on the camera earlier. Are you still there?
Yes, I am. I have a PowerPoint that I'd like to share. But,
yeah, can you just turn your camera on again, please?
Oh, sorry. There we go. Yes.
Okay, and you have 5 minutes for the presentation.
Now, I am not seeing the, and I just saw it, the link to be able to share my files. I don't have that on the top of my screen now.
I'm sorry, I can't help you. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. Sometimes it's at the bottom if you scroll or possibly like hover over the middle of your screen.
Yeah, it was on my screen 2 seconds ago. I use WebEx all the time for work, and it kind of threw me that it wasn't here. More applications. Because I have a few points to address that were just addressed in the last presentations and, of course, Mr. Danko's questions. And I would really share content. There we go. I'm just going to share it. There. Oh, you know what? I'll share screen. How's that?
You're trying to share content? Is that what you're trying to do?
I've clicked on share screen. Share. Go.
There you go. Now it's coming up.
There we go. All right. So I timed this out. It's 5 minutes and 30 seconds it's going to take me, so I hope that's okay. Basically, I broke this into the issues of the proposal. I looked at precedents for the existing townhomes. I looked at the eclipsing that these townhomes will cast over the adjacent properties. I looked at the lot size. I mean, 866 is small. Obviously, we're having to amend a myriad of things in order to fit them in the traffic congestion, parking, and safety. When I look at the actual precedents with respect to existing. We have 136 to 156 Spring Valley. We have the new builds on Spring Valley. We have the semis on Spring Valley on the west sides and the semis on the east side. All of these lots are massively bigger than what we're about to put those townhouses onto. When we look specifically at 136 to 156, you can see it's a nice set of townhouses. They have a lot of green space. They back onto the links so they don't cast a shadow, and they don't face any single family homes. All the homes along Spring Valley don't face the townhouses. When we look at the west side semis, you can see that they're a little tighter. They got double driveways, single garages, but they're on 98-foot lot depth, so they fit in, and it's not too bad. When we look at the semis on the east side, they fit very well. That's what I'd like to see on 866 if I had my way. 1.5 garage, double driveways, parking for 5 cars. That would get rid of all the issues that we're seeing with respect to traffic and future congestion like on Brigadoon. When we look at the new build on Spring Valley, we see exactly what we're going to see with ours. Very little frontage, 1.5 driveway in length, single garage. No one uses the garage. We all know that, no matter what we say. Brigadoon is proof. It's one of the neighborhoods that only has 1-car driveway, single garage, and it's packed. When we compare it to, there's the property 866. I mean, it's 50% less deep than the Spring Valley 126 townhouses, 28% than the already congested one that I just showed you, the latest build on Spring Valley. It's just too small for what they're planning. I know that that's the case by the fact you got to make all the amendments to the lot sizes. When we look at the existing properties and how it's going to encroach, we see 46 Spring Valley, we see 862 West 5th. They're the two that are really going to get crushed. They're so close to the fence line. When we look at 46 Spring Valley, look how close it is to the fence. It's barely 10 feet off the lot line. You put a 2-story building on top of that, they won't even be able to grow grass. It's just totally unacceptable. The same thing applies to 866 West 5th. The chapels are just so close to that property. What's going to happen? I mean, this was farm at one time. Now, like I said, you won't even be able to grow grass. It's just far too tight. It is, of all the projects where we've gone to, increasing the number of, getting away from single family homes, this is the tightest by far. It's only 66 feet deep. It's 28% smaller than the closest townhouse that's already in place. There would be no frontage. They're the only townhomes that will face single-family homes. The single driveways will just do exactly what it does to Brigadoon. It will add 9 to 12 cars parked on Rose Hill. I'll just skip this slide because it's all the things I'd like to see in the new builds. But ideally, I think the semis that are on Spring Valley would fit very nice with the scheme on Rose Hill. If you can fit 7 singles on the house, how many semis can you fit? I think that is a much better plan and something we should be considering. Traffic congestion, of course, I'd like to see a traffic study. Everybody talks that we don't need it, but we're going to get a 48-unit condo with 8 new townhomes, and we're going to add 112 cars potentially into that neighborhood. We're going to put 9 to 12 cars from the townhouses onto Rose Hill, and all we need to do is look at Brigadoon, the other neighborhood where there's 1-car driveways with 1 garage, and that's what you have. I mean, that's terrible. Who wants to live with that? It's so frustrating. It becomes a one-way street. 1 car coming in one direction. It's not good. And Waterbury is the same when you look at it. We require more time to develop a solution that will work for everyone. We need to at least have the condo completed and the townhomes completed before we do the traffic studies. There's no rush for this. The proposal should fit the community, not the lot size. It's just too small for what we're proposing. No frontage, no green space. They need 2-car driveways or double garages if we're going to keep the cars off the streets and keep Rose Hill a good access into the neighborhood. And it can't encroach the neighbors. This will help with safety and all the other features. Moving forward, we know we need maximum growth, but we need to step back and examine a more amenable solution. I suggest a series of semi-detached homes, like on the east side of Spring Valley. I think that would work with respect to aesthetics. It would get the cars off the road. It would keep things really nice. Anyway, thank you for your time. Sorry I had to rush. That's about as quick as I've ever had to talk. Thank you.
Yeah, and you only went 30 seconds over, so congratulations on that.
Awesome, thank you. And
Okay.
I'll back out, right?
We now have Kimberly McLean. Kimberly, are you there? Can you take your slides down? There it goes.
Hi.
Kimberly, welcome.
Hi. Thank you so much. Should I just jump right in?
I'm sorry?
Should I just jump right in?
Yep, it's all yours. You got 5 minutes.
Okay. Thank you so much for your time today and the opportunity to be heard on issues important to our community. Firstly, Rose Hill, a street that is only 6 properties long, is already a bottleneck for hundreds of homeowners accessing West 5th Street and then returning home. It is already a bottleneck without more than tripling the number of homes on the street, going from 4 homes to 13. Just look at what single-car driveways have done on Brigadoon from Waterbury Trail. Brigadoon, most of the time, for 650 feet, is a one-way road because cars park on both sides of the road for that 650 feet. It is proven here that homeowners of one-car driveways park on the road. The road parking spots currently on Rose Hill are already used by West 5th residents who cannot park on West 5th, Rose Hill residents, and tenants in a house on Annabelle Street. It already becomes a one-way road because cars are parked and because 3 towers of mailboxes that serve the community are on Rose Hill, where people stop frequently to get their mail throughout the day. Rose Hill cannot afford additional congestion of parking that results from one-car driveway homes. Secondly, the community is not against intensification, just the amount. We have just had 20 townhomes, 22 semi-detached homes, and a 48-unit condo building built literally around the corner. The condo and 4 townhomes are still being built, so more traffic will come from those. We understand that intensification is how Hamilton has to grow now that the urban boundary cannot expand, and we understand that 866 West 5th Street will be developed. We are not saying no to development of 866 West 5th Street. We are saying no to over-intensification of our community, where intensification has already occurred literally around the corner and especially on a bottleneck road used by hundreds of homes accessing West 5th Street. The traffic from homes south of Chester Avenue and west of Annabelle Street should use Chester Avenue to access West 5th. Anyone turning left on West 5th from Chester goes to Rose Hill to avoid the red light at West 5th. Chester is the street parallel to Rose Hill. So Rose Hill Avenue is getting more traffic than it is designed to get, given that the Chester Avenue stoplight is being bypassed. The house at 876 West 5th Street beside 7 Rose Hill Avenue has a hard time getting out of their driveway, as it is on Rose Hill Avenue just 10 feet in from West 5th. With cars parked on the south side of Rose Hill, their view of traffic heading to West 5th is blocked, and there are continuously cars backed up trying to get onto West 5th, and then they have to watch West 5th traffic suddenly rounding the corner from 2 directions. It is dangerous already without making the street worse. It is not safe. I know that the city does concern itself with safety because city planners disallowed the request for the condo driveway to access West 5th because it was considered not safe, as it was too close to the link overpass and the rise of the street affected visibility. So we know that the city listens to and plans for safety. So please hear us. With 2 bus stops at both ends of the street before and after school, and parents parking to pick up their kids, and cars already parked on the road most of the time, and the 3 mailbox towers supporting the community, putting our 2-lane street to 1 lane throughout the day, and the constant traffic and congestion, please hear us that it is not safe for our community to add 9 more townhomes on this little street that will only make existing congestion much worse. If safety is respected by the city to disallow a driveway to West 5th, then safety should be important for the Rose Hill Avenue as well. West 5th takes lots of traffic from extremely busy Upper James. West 5th is used for access to Mohawk College, St. Joe's Hospital at Fennell. There is a new memory care building on West 5th and a 49-acre park, as well as a 237-unit building going in at 1029 West 5th, 400 meters from West Hill, and further down West 5th, the townhomes will be developed. So not only is our subdivision accepting a lot of intensification, so is the area all around us. 2 side splits with 2-car garages and side yards suits the street better. That is in keeping with existing Rose Hill and then Chester development and fits in better with a congested, overused street. There are lots of places in Hamilton for intensification. We have had our share. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. Is there any questions for Kim? Seeing none, thank you very much. You can turn your camera off now. And I need a mover and a seconder to, oh no, I got one left. I'm sorry. Randy,
I'm Chapel. I'm here.
Hi, welcome. You have 5 minutes and you're live.
Wonderful. I was fortunate enough to sit down and actually read everything that was sent out. And I'd like to make a couple points after having read all of the documentation that was supplied, and then mention the community as being president of the Gurley Park Community Association. In one section, there's a proposed concern by resident parking by the 9 units will increase traffic. City's response to that is that 9 units will cause no discernible difference in traffic volume. That's true, but the city staff seems to have missed totally the point about what the 18 potential new vehicles will cause. In going over the letters of concern by residents, the issue is where they will be parking. The supposed parking garage will have the same function as the garages do in Spring Valley, which you've heard ad infinitum. Plus, Councillor Partridge mentioned it's happening in her ward, where congestion is rampant on both sides of the roads. Garages built these days are normally used for storage because they're so small. For everything that I read, the main concern is this congestion in the townhomes will cause on Rose Hill, plus a spillover parking onto Annabelle, especially in the wintertime when snow plows will want through. Since no traffic study has been done, the assumption seems to be that once the Lux condos at 120 Spring Valley open, there will be no change to the traffic flow, even though there are possibly plans for 98 additional parking spaces. It is also not taking into consideration traffic generated from the vacant lots that are still waiting to have homes built. They'll most likely have at least 2 vehicles each. Once the Lux condos fully open up to traffic and parking, I personally feel that a study should be seriously considered. Under the Gurley neighborhood plan, it has our listed area as single family home and duplex. However, that's going to be amended to include townhouses that are supposedly within the character of the neighborhood. When there are only single family homes in the neighborhood, I can't fathom how townhomes are within our character. The homes in this area were started to be built in the late 30s. My home was built in the early 40s, as well as next door Betty Brown's, 42, 43 is the time frame. There were 4 of us built by the same group that went through. In Appendix C, there's a comment that a 6-meter supposed front yard is required. Proposed and approved is a front yard down to 3 meters and 1.5 meters, using the justification that it is consistent with a house to the west. There's only one house to the west that's adjoining, and it's approximately 25 feet plus or minus a few feet from the sidewalk. So it'd be really interesting to know where this came from, since it seems totally in error. Where the community is concerned, my wife and I moved into this area in 1983, long before most of the letter writers even thought of this vicinity as home. This is when you would actually still see the occasional deer or other wildlife present in the back, and we've been around for all of the new development. Our children became part of this community by going to school at James McDonald. We as well joined in on the adult baseball league that's been on the go since the late 70s, early 80s. Approximately 20 years ago, my wife Linda and I joined the executive of the Gurley Park Community Association. We devoted a phenomenal amount of personal time and resources to the park, since at that point in time, the association was headed into oblivion. It was so bad that they owed Bell Canada money for a disconnected phone. Since 2004, I've been president, and we've been the driving force behind the happenings and the events at the park. We and a few others have taken the park to the point where it's been labeled as one of the most active and progressive park associations, definitely in the old Ward 8, and one of the most active in Hamilton. In a normal year, we run an annual Easter egg hunt that as a maximum has seen 1,100 kids participate. This past couple weeks, we had one where we had to meter it out since COVID still isn't a concern, and we had approximately 350 participants. Anyways, in addition to the Easter egg hunt, we run a yearly pumpkin fest in the park, winter fest in the park with the conjunction of the city time-wise, and every second or third year we have a movie night in the park. However, the crowning jewel of the Park Association is youth baseball program that we run, which as a maximum has seen 41 teams and 613 youth participating. So that adds even more to the traffic flow in this vicinity for the summer months. Even last year, in a COVID year, with a shotgun start and only 2 to 3 weeks notice to the parents, we successfully ran a ball program for 232 youth from start to finish. Gourlay Park Youth Baseball has become the largest individual baseball program based out of one park in the city. We also are very proudly boast the highest percentage of girls participating in a youth co-ed league. On an average, we're just below 40%, and at this point, checking the registrations for 2022, we're sitting at 43% girls, which to me is phenomenal. I had 2 girls who grew up playing ball, and in their latter years, they were about the only one playing. I started this league up, well, my wife and I started this league up in 2008, and we've seen it grow exponentially. I've taken all the good that I've seen while I was involved on the executive with Shadok Minor Hockey and my experience with 2 now defunct baseball leagues, Beresfield and Gilkson, and left the bad out of it. The league has been my baby since day one, and I have been allowed by our executive to run it as I've seen fit, to the point that I personally take care of virtually everything on the organizational side.
Randy, you just almost to 6 minutes. You're well over your limit. Can you wrap it up for the next few seconds?
Hopefully so. I'm almost done. Since the approval of this project seems all but a fait accompli, in the spite of all concerns raised, it has left a very sour taste in my mouth, to the point that we will be listing our home of nearly 40 years for sale over the next few months, and we will both be resigning from the Gourlay Park Community Association. Currently, there is no one on the executives willing to take on the baseball program, so hopefully it will not die. So much for community building. Both Lynn and I feel very let down by our community, city employees, and the city of Hamilton. It's sad that it's come down to this, but in a nutshell, townhouses do not belong in a single-family residential neighborhood. I even offered to sell my property at Fontana so he could build 3 places on West 5th and then swing them around to the other side. However, there wasn't interest because they couldn't make enough money. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you for your presentation. We have Councillor Wilson. Do you have a question?
Yeah, and thank you. I'm just curious as to the last statement on why townhouses aren't compatible with single-family
This neighborhood, if you have a look at if you have a look at our vicinity, we are only single-family home in this neighborhood. James, when he was giving his presentation, mentioned that we had single-family homes in every direction.
So is it the form, or is it the people who, I'm still not clear as to why it should be exclusive to that particular build type?
It's just the fact townhouses do not belong in this vicinity. Like, we're single family home all throughout since the 1940s. And all of a sudden, we're having a 9-section townhouse put in. It just does not fit in with the character of the neighborhood. Single family would be best. Duplexes, acceptable. When Betty sold the property next door, I never anticipated that it would be anything but single family or possibly duplex, not a townhouse where every amendment known has to be accommodated to.
Councillor Wilson?
Yeah, thank you. I won't debate the delegate about this. I just still don't understand. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Seeing none, then I need a motion to, in a seconder, to receive the delegations. Moved by Councillor Danko, seconded by Councillor Pearson. All in favor? Thanks very much, Randy.
Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Councillor Partridge. Thumbs up.
Thumbs up. Yep. Sorry, it's not coming up on my screen.
Okay,
thank you.
Got it. And mover to seconder now to receive the written submissions. Moved by Danko, seconded by Councillor Pearson. Thumbs up, got it. And a mover and a seconder to close the public meeting. Same mover and seconder. And the same mover and a seconder. Councillor Farr, can you give us a thumbs up? Yep. Everybody in? And the same mover and seconder, the public submissions were received and considered in approving the application. And a mover and seconder to approve the report recommendations as amended. Moved by Danko, seconded by Councillor Pearson.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, just a couple comments on the approval.
Okay. You make your comments if you want.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, just seeing the vote up on my other screen. So I really appreciate the residents' comments and taking the time to address committee today. You can see that this is clearly a community that cares deeply about their neighborhood and how it's developed and what happens there. We heard that if this was developed into singles or semis, and there's a clear preference for that built form, we'd be looking at 6 to 7 singles or semis versus 9 townhomes. So from this committee's, planning committee's deliberations here this afternoon, you know, we're looking at the delta there in terms of traffic and neighborhood impact. And I think the challenge for us as planning committee is we can only consider planning issues, and the difference between 2 or 3 or maybe even 4 additional units on a neighborhood is something that if we were to deny on that basis, to be perfectly frank, wouldn't carry a lot of weight at the Ontario Land Tribunal. I do identify with a number of the concerns raised by the residents in terms of the number of variances that are required in order to facilitate this application. It's something that I've been pushing back against on a number of applications, that if you want to rezone without having to have those number of variances that shoehorn overdevelopment into a small site. However, we did hear from in the professional opinion of our planning staff, that the lot sizes that are being proposed are fairly typical for townhomes, and it does work within their professional judgment. I do appreciate from the developer's perspective that they have agreed to provide some smart home features, some environmental features, tankless water heaters, and EV rough-ins. That's a really important trend of things that we're not imposing as a planning committee, that we can't impose through the building code, unfortunately, but they are voluntarily including with this development. And just on the semis versus singles, semis and singles versus townhomes. The Canadian Mortgage and Housing Corporation, just a couple days ago, there was an article in The Spectator saying that the shift in demand is towards multi-residential in Hamilton. And the developer here is really addressing that need for the more affordable housing built form in the city Hamilton and on the South Mountain. And then just finally on some of the concerns about traffic and parking and safety, again, I really do identify with a number of the concerns raised by the residents. I think in this case, we're talking about sort of the straw that broke the camel's back. There's been a number of really recent developments in that neighborhood, new construction in the last 5 to 10 years, that have been much more intensive than had typically been seen there. One of the delegates in their presentation, they had a number of slides with townhouses, and the condominium development has been mentioned. So in this case, they're already seeing the impacts, and it's not even completed yet. So there's the fear of the future impact of what those developments have, and then this added on top of it being sort of that that last straw to the community impact. So we will take away the concerns about the traffic and parking, and look at other ways that we can make sure that Rose Hill isn't used as a cut-through street, that people go the block south to Chester where there are traffic lights. But again, from a planning perspective, I think it's pretty clear that this committee, in evaluating this, under the Planning Act, that we have an obligation to approve with the staff report. And if we were to deny, based on what was raised today, and it went to the Ontario Land Tribunal, I don't think there's any chance that a denial would be upheld by the tribunal. They would overturn that almost certainly. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Is there any other questions or comments? If not, Councillor Danker, do you want to move or to approve the report recommendations?
Yes, I can move that.
Okay. Okay, all in favor? Okay, so that carries. And so it may be the appropriate time to take a break now. It's 12:30, and before we go on to discussion items, so motion to recess until 1 p.m. Moved by Wilson, seconded by Partridge. All in favor? Councillor Partridge has her thumb up. That carries. So I'll see you at 1 o'clock. Started then on item 10. It's 2 minutes after 1, so we're past the start time. So item 10 is discussion item, status update for the applications for amendments to Hamilton official plan zoning bylaw 05200 for lands located at 452, 450, 452, and 462 Wilson Street, Ancaster. This is deferred from the February 23rd council meeting. This is an information report only to update the committee. There is no staff presentation. Committee members should not be discussing the particulars of the application itself. The presentation and recommendation report will be coming to a future meeting. So I just want to comment, I did attend the public open house that was held last week as requested. It was at the Old Town Hall in Ancaster. It was packed full. There was a lot of angry people there, angry because what they presented was what was presented to us at the February 16th meeting, not what they proposed as a new application with 4 floors and 3.5 floors. And so I don't know why they chose to show something that we'd already seen, disliked. Staff recommended denial, and as a ward councillor certainly didn't like it, but I moved the motion to refer it back to see this new proposal, and they didn't put up. So it was a disappointing day, but I've been assured that the next 2 meetings, one at the community council and another public meeting, that what they're proposing will be back to the community and then back to committee after that. So it says here in my roadmap, I need a mover and a seconder to receive this report. I'll move it. I can't move it. I can second it. Moved by Councillor Partridge, seconded by myself. All in favor? Oh, forgot to hit submit vote again. The next is the demolition control and heritage permit. I would like to see the report if everybody else does too. And so I'd like to call on Lisa Golden to do the presentation. Lisa, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Just going to share my presentation here. Get that set up. Okay, so Chair and members of Planning Committee, my name is Alyssa Golden. I'm a Heritage Project Specialist with the city's Planning and Economic Development Department. And I'm here today to present Staff Report PED 22093, titled Demolition Control and Heritage, item 10.2 on your agenda. This report addresses the delegation of the Ancaster Village Heritage Community Group, requesting that Council review the citywide demolition control area bylaw to address their concerns about the premature demolition and loss of significant heritage buildings. And we heard a delegation from Mr. Bob Matten from the community group just earlier in today's agenda. So the Ancaster Village Heritage Community Group delegated to Planning Committee back in 2020, and their delegation asked Council to revisit the City of Hamilton's demolition control bylaw to address what they perceived as the negative effects of demolition on the community. Planning Committee then referred that delegation to the Hamilton Municipal Heritage Committee, who then referred it to the General Manager of Planning and Economic Development. An interdivisional staff working group was formed to address the delegation package and advise the GM of the recommendations for improvement to our city processes. This working group included staff from building, planning, growth management, licensing and bylaw enforcement, and tourism and culture. It also included legal services staff who were engaged as a part of the discussions, provided advice on the interpretation of provincial legislation, and reviewed the proposed changes to the demolition control bylaw presented to you today in this report. Staff conducted a review of our internal procedures and policy frameworks related to demolition control. We also conducted a review of best practices related to demolition control and heritage conservation from comparable municipalities across Ontario, including Brantford, Kitchener, London, Ottawa, and Waterloo. This work ultimately resulted in a summary of observations and identification of key themes for improvement to the city's demolition control process, as well as heritage conservation. And this work was presented at a high level to the Ancaster Village Heritage Community Group, our Hamilton Municipal Heritage Committee, as well as a development industry liaison group for their initial feedback before preparing the final recommendations presented to you in this report. And I'll provide today an overview of the main takeaways from the report and the 4 key actions for improving the city's demolition control and heritage conservation practices. I'll start first with some clarifications around demolition control. It is enabled under Section 33 of the Planning Act, and it prevents the demolition of property without applying to council and receiving approval for that demolition. However, it's important to confirm or clarify that demolition control only relates to what is quote unquote residential property as defined under the Planning Act. And this refers to a building that contains 1 or more dwelling units, also defined under the Act, that are used or designed for such use. Council can only delegate its authority to issue or approve demolition control permits to staff. It cannot delegate its authority to refuse them. Demolition control is not a public process. Only the owner can appeal a decision of council on a demolition control application. Council has 30 days to make a decision on a demolition control application. And undelegated or not, a demolition control application cannot be denied when a building permit for a new replacement building has been approved and all other requirements necessary have been met. And finally, the inferred intent of demolition control under the Planning Act is for the retention of housing stock or dwelling units. Now, a high-level summary of some observations based on the work staff did. Really, the Ontario Heritage Act is the primary tool for managing and conserving heritage resources, and this includes listing properties of heritage interest on the register and protecting significant heritage properties through designation. And public participation in the heritage conservation process is most appropriately accomplished through the existing built heritage inventory strategy, not through the demolition control process. Demolition control is not a heritage conservation tool, and it's not regulated by the Heritage Act. However, the Heritage Act is applicable law for building permits, whether it's to demolish buildings listed on the register or designated under the Heritage Act. So therefore, there is a need for the demolition control process to align with other city policy and processes. The premature demolition of residential property, whether it's a heritage property recognized under the Heritage Act or not, can be prevented by ensuring that new uses are considered through Planning Act applications before a demolition control permit is issued. And the review of Planning Act applications also allows for the assessment of the potential heritage value or interest of a property and the impact of that identified value as a part of that process. And finally, transparency in the demolition control process can be improved by redefining the scope of demolition control applications that can be approved through the delegated authority given to staff. So in order to address the concerns raised by the Ancaster Village Heritage Community Group and to improve the city's demolition control and heritage conservation processes, staff identified 4 key actions. And I'll provide a high-level overview of each of these actions that are outlined in the staff report. The first action is the proactive identification of heritage properties. So as I mentioned, the City of Hamilton's Built Heritage Inventory Strategy is an initiative to proactively list properties of heritage interest on the Municipal Heritage Register and to designate significant heritage properties under the Heritage Act. This process involves public engagement and participation in the identification of these heritage buildings. And staff recently updated Planning Committee through a report to our Municipal Heritage Committee on the Built Heritage Inventory Strategy, including the identification of short, medium, and longer-term priorities for our city-initiated inventory work. And shown here is the inventory strategy priorities at a high level, with the shorter-term priorities shown in red, the medium-term priorities in blue, and longer-term shown in green. And in addition to our city-led work, the strategy also encourages collaboration with and the empowerment of community groups to conduct their own proactive inventory work to identify heritage buildings of interest. And as Mr. Matten pointed out in his delegation earlier today, in 2020, the members of the Ancaster Village Heritage Community Group coordinated along with the Hamilton branch of the Architectural Conservancy Ontario to conduct a community-led inventory of pre-Confederation buildings in Ancaster. And this resulted in the review of approximately 100 pre-Confederation buildings in Ancaster, and resulted in a significant number of properties being listed on the register, as well as a handful of properties identified as candidates for designation and added to staff's work plan. And again, as Mr. Matten pointed out, there will be opportunities to coordinate on additional community-led inventory work to address the remaining listings across Ancaster, including in the other historic settlement areas. The second action identified is to update the demolition control area bylaw. And this is really the meat of the report in front of you today and the main recommendation of the report. Attached as Appendix A is the updated demolition control area bylaw that staff recommend be approved to repeal and replace the existing demolition control area bylaw. This new bylaw is proposed to be updated in a manner that would both retain the efficiencies of delegated authority and provide appropriate consideration for residential property prior to its demolition. In addition to some general housekeeping updates, the key changes to the bylaw include clarifying the intent of the bylaw to not only retain dwelling units, but to also maintain the integrity of residential neighborhoods, prevent the premature loss of dwelling units and creation of vacant land, retain existing dwelling units until new uses have been considered, and prevent the premature loss of municipal assessment. And the other key change to the bylaw is redefining the scope of delegated authority for demolition control applications to only delegate where permissions for replacement buildings or new uses have been granted, and to have all other undelegated applications would then be considered at council, which would improve transparency in the process. And the redefined scope of delegated authority includes the removal of 4 types of what were formerly identified as routine applications to demolish residential buildings, and they're highlighted here. And the intended impact of these changes is to prevent the premature demolition of residential property, again, by ensuring that replacement buildings have been approved or that applicants have obtained appropriate development and approvals in cases where new uses are being considered for the property. So the proposed delegated authority scope in the new bylaw would allow the chief building official to approve demolition control applications where the residential property, where redevelopment of the residential property is imminent. I'll also note that the delegated authority would also extend to the demolition of residential property that has been severely damaged by fire or natural disaster, and where a professional engineer has recommended demolition. The third action identified is to standardize the registered demolition process. So as members of this committee may know, the Ontario Heritage Act requires that owners of non-designated properties listed on the register provide 60 days notice to council of their intention to demolish or remove a building or structure on those properties. The City of Hamilton does not currently have a standard process for receiving these notices. However, staff will be developing a standard process for receiving owners' notices as a part of the ongoing heritage process review underway by the Planning Division. And this process will take into account the recent Bill 108 changes to the Heritage Act that came into effect last year. This would help define a process by which Heritage Committee and Council are made aware of notices of intention to demolish. And the final recommendations of that heritage process review are forthcoming. And then finally, staff identify an action of improving our internal processes. The coordination and communication between divisions can be improved in order to address the legislative timelines in an efficient and effective manner. And really, early notification is key to ensuring that heritage planning staff have as much time as possible to provide recommendations with respect to the demolition of potentially significant heritage property that's not already designated under the Heritage Act. And there are planned changes to the city's Amanda system, tentatively scheduled to begin next year, that include the introduction of heritage property information and heritage planning processes, which would allow these notifications to happen automatically when new building permit applications are submitted or when property standards complaints are filed. So in conclusion, staff will continue to include public participation in heritage conservation as a part of the city's proactive built heritage inventory strategy. And the recommendation of this report is to approve the new demolition control area bylaw attached as Appendix A which would repeal and replace the existing bylaw and its amending bylaw. And this new bylaw is intended to improve the administration of permits to demolish residential property and encourage the retention and continued use or occupation of residential property until their redevelopment is imminent. Thank you so much. And I want to just thank all of my colleagues who assisted with this process across the city, as well as Bob and Jim from the Ancaster Village Heritage Community Group for their original delegation and for continuing to meet and work with staff through this process. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments for Alicia? Alyssa, sorry, Alyssa. I'm going to have one question if I can, Councillor Wilson, if you take a share. Alyssa, if this was in place 2 years ago, would the staff delegated authority not have happened for the Brandon House, and that building probably could have been saved because it would have had to come to council?
Through the chair. So my understanding is the interpretation of the delegated authority to issue the permit for the demolition of the Brandon House is that it fell under what are those currently routine types of applications, because there is another permitted use for the property, even though originally the Brandon House was built as a residence and had been functioning as one. So my understanding is that, yes, under this new bylaw, that would not have been delegated to staff. They would have had to have either gotten to a point of having approvals, whether it's final site plan approval, draft plan of subdivision, depending on what's being proposed for the site, or it would have had to have come to council if demolition was proposed in advance of those Planning Act approvals.
Okay, that's good. Thank you. I'll take the chair back. Councillor Wilson, is there any other questions or comments? Seeing none, we'll go to the vote. All in favor? Or a motion to receive the staff presentation? Moved by Councillor Pearson, second by Councillor Partridge. All in favor? That carries 6-0. And a motion mover and seconder to approve the recommendations of the report. Moved by Councillor Partridge, and I'll second it. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? That carries 6-0. Let's move on to item 10.3, which is the taxi meter rate increase. So Councillor Wilson, I'm in conflict. So if you could take the chair, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, of course. This is item 10.3 for those who are following along on the agenda. I'll open the floor up for discussion if anybody would like it. Or questions to staff? I do. So I have to give the chair, I think, Councillor Danko, but I'm not sure.
Hello. It would be your choosing because you're second vice chair. So it's just any councillor you wish.
Oh, the power. Thank you. Councillor Danko's in the chair.
I thought Councillor Farr was second vice chair or first vice chair or some sort of vice chair.
Councillor Farr?
Not that I'm trying to get out of it.
Yeah, right.
Go ahead, got it.
Thank you. I do have a few questions for staff, if I may. On page 2 of the report, it says, it was suggested that a $1 increase in the meter drop rate would greatly assist the industry in its recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic, as well as allow necessary operational improvements due to inflated prices. My question is twofold. Is this a recommended measure in response to COVID? And my second question is, what operational improvements are being suggested, and do we have a way and means in which to know of those and assure that they happen?
Monica.
Through the chair to the counselor, I'm actually going to pass this over to Dan Smith, our manager of licensing. And just to introduce myself, I'm Monica Serial, the director of licensing and bylaw services. But I'm going to pass that question over to the author of the report, Dan. Thank you.
Hi, Dan. Do you need me to repeat the question?
Good afternoon. No, I don't, Councillor. I can move forward. And Dan Smith, manager of licensing, and through the chair. It is, yes, part of the recovery from COVID-19, where the industry was struggling. It allowed them some opportunity as operators and taxi plate owners, vehicle owners, to start putting some of those costs, one, back into the vehicles, as they were struggling with their one of the complaints that we got, or one of the items of concern that we got through the brokerages and some of the plate owners, is that some of the maintenance of the vehicles was a little more difficult because they weren't able to recoup as much money due to the struggle in ridership, as well as, in addition, the fuel costs being raised. So with this, we're trying to be flexible and meet some of their, or address some of their concerns related to the lower cost and the drop rate, which hadn't changed for some time, meeting some industry best practices as well. And then the operational piece, it is more an internal operational piece for the brokers themselves in the operation rather than the city. And what that is similar to what I just mentioned before about the operation and maintenance of their vehicles, and being able to have a little bit more financial flexibility in order to have those vehicles in proper operation, and then as well as operate their business efficiently.
Chair, if I could probe a little more deeply on those two answers to Mr. Dan. If you're acknowledging that it's part of a COVID recovery initiative, it's been raised in the past when either this committee or council has deliberated COVID recovery initiatives for small or other business, that we ensure that we're treating everyone fairly. In the past, it's been referenced, bed and breakfasts they suffered during COVID because of travel restrictions or concerns. They have continuous capital and operational upkeep, I would imagine. Have we done a COVID recovery initiative for other businesses in the city? Through the chair, please.
Through the chair to the councillor, just to provide some clarification on my earlier comments, is
please,
and to answer your most recent question too. The main focus of, or the main push in identifying what this concern was the increased fuel rate. With that's what brought this forward sooner, as we're ready to bring forward another taxi report in late May that addresses some more of the COVID recovery pieces. This one, because the gas prices, fuel prices were raised so quickly, we wanted to move this one forward first and then address the other taxi concerns, which are more specific to the COVID-19 recovery. However, this did have a small piece of what that recovery was. It was going to be mixed in with that later report, but the fuel prices increasing really pushed this one forward as a first need, a priority. And we've done, sorry, I got lights going off here in my office. Apologize for that. We've had some conversations with other licensees with different schedules within our purview. We have had adjustments in some where we've provided some flexibility on some of the issues that we deal with related to some fees and things like that with other schedules within the bylaw. The taxi industry, we have probably been the most, we've addressed the most, where they've raised a lot of the concerns more forwardly, if I might say. So we've been addressing some of those issues first, but that does not
neglect the fact that other industries, and we do understand that other industries, due to COVID, had some issues as well.
Yes, through the chair, yes, I would agree that they have been the most vocal, but the report states that this is, it references that this is part of a COVID recovery. And so, and on the basis of fairness and transparency, my concern is what we're doing for other small businesses who we license. My second question further to, will we have any way in which to ensure that the monies, I think it's a 26% increase, in fact, go into operational or capital improvements? Through the chair.
Through the chair to the councillor. Those would be operational decisions for those plate operators. These are the things that they've raised and stated to us that they felt that this increase would assist them in operating their business or their plate or their vehicle. So it's information that we've got directly from them. But we, other than tracking and doing inspections on the vehicle to make sure that they're in compliance with our bylaws, there's nothing that they would have to report back to us regarding what they're using this additional increase for.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. My other question is in the page 2 and 3 of the report under relevant consultation, you identify that you've consulted with Hamilton Cab, I believe, and Blue Line Taxi, and of course, other municipalities to see what they're doing. Did you consult with any riders or user groups or any folks who may be more heavily dependent on the taxi than some?
We continue discussions with our accessible committee and groups, but further to that, it was the heavy consultation was with the brokerages and other municipalities to gauge what the best practices were. So there were no specific discussions with residents other than providing notice that this amendment was coming forward. But it was specific to the municipalities for best practices and the brokerages to identify what the concerns were.
I have 2 more questions, Chair, and I don't know what my time is.
You're good.
Thank you. Do we have, through the chair, a profile of what the Hamilton user of taxis may be in terms of their demographics or their income?
Through the chair to the councillor, I don't have that information personally.
Okay, thank you. And on page 5 of the report under alternatives, it says it references a flexible taxi meter rate. That would be an alternative for this committee and council to consider. Would you be able to help me in understanding what that means and how it differs from the present arrangement? Thank you.
Yeah, through the chair to the councillor. Yeah, there's a few different options that we could be looking at with some more time for research and analysts on. It's something that we want to report back in the next taxi report that we're preparing for committee. But it could be a combination of things. It could be a deregulation and allowing taxi companies or taxi brokerages to set their own meter rates. As an example, there's other opportunities where I believe Oakville has a range of where they can have a rate set at, and there's some criteria in there, and I don't have the specific criteria in front of me, but there's a range as opposed to a specific fair rate. And there was one other one, I'm sorry, it's escaping me right now. That was, I'm sorry, I don't remember. If I remember, I'll bring it up in a follow-up.
That's fine. Just one last question then. Why is this particular report, help me understand, because I don't understand much at all about the taxi business, but you've referenced a more holistic report that's in the works. Why is this decoupled from that so we could maybe understand at least I could understand the alternatives better and their implications?
Through the chair to the councillor. Yeah, it was the main reason that this was brought forward earlier was related to the increased fuel costs and how quickly they were raised and the impact to the taxi community. And we felt through consultation with the brokerages, through their information that they shared with us and the impacts on their industry, that this was an important enough piece to address sooner, and put the other information in our committee report later in May.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate your answers. I have some comments noting that this would put us at the highest beginning rate in the province. While I appreciate the report notes that there are other municipalities under review, I would have appreciated, and I know that staff were not charged with this, so it's not your doing, a more wholesome review of how this fits into the future, and also, frankly, what it means for the ridership. And I know it's this circle. We know it's hurting taxi cabs. Fewer taxi cabs, it hurts the riders. But I would have appreciated a demographic profile of who's dependent on taxis and what a $1 increase might mean for them and their mobility. Thank you very much. I appreciate your work.
Okay, thanks. And Dan, I'll bet it was the London example of no maximums. Was your other point you were thinking of?
Yes, Councillor, that's correct. Thank you very much.
I have, thank you, Dan. Thank you, Councillor Wilson. I'll give you the chair back. I'll put myself on the list. Next, you have Councillor Pearson.
Sorry, I forgot I was in the chair. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Pearson.
Thank you, and thank you, Monica and Dan. Appreciate it, and appreciate that this did come forward some time ago. I've been, pretty vocal for the taxi industry, of which I have numerous operators and owners in my ward who approach me constantly with the concerns that their industry has faced through COVID. Reducing, a taxi can only take one person. All the mechanisms that they've had to put in place with regards to safeguards, understand that other entities have as well. But it's not like they have a huge amount of revenue overhead. I think at the time that we were dealing with the bylaw increases, which I had asked if they could have been held again another year after we came out of COVID, that was not supported. But staff did raise the concern of their fare rate, and that it hasn't been increased since 2014. Just looking through some of the list of the other communities, they're well above that, and our industry has been hand tied at $3.90 since 2014, which has been very unfair. And even though their fees go up every year as far as licensing. So I'm really appreciative, and I do remember that staff did say they were separating this from the overall bylaw review for the taxi industry that I believe is coming back, and they can clarify. I can't remember if it's supposed to be third quarter or not, but I will support this. I understand the dilemma that the industry is facing. I'm still facing that dilemma, not just with calls from users who they're pulling cabs off the road consistently because they just can't make a living. And I keep saying, if we want to have Transcab that I have in the suburban area of Ward 10, it's great to say we provide Transcab service, but when I don't have the cabs because they can't make a living providing service to these pedestrians and transit users, it's a loss for everybody. So I am certainly supportive of this, and certainly appreciate the ongoing review of how we can resolve the dilemma that the industry is facing, that they may be able to have some control. A better way to say it's no different than a store. You control your prices. If you overprice yourself, you're not going to get the business. So I think they would be very cognizant of that and realistic. And I'll leave it with that. And I'm very supportive, Mr. Acting Chair. And at the appropriate time, if you need someone to move it, I will move it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pearson. Councillor Farr, please.
Thank you. Councillor Pearson did bring it forward, and I seconded it at the time to get this report back. It came back fairly quickly, so thank you to staff, and I'd be happy to second Councillor Pearson today as well. I just have one quick question. Actually, Monica, while I was stepping in as second vice, it looked like you sent something in the chat that you wanted to clarify a point. Has that been done through you, Chair?
Through the chair, Councillor Pearson has sort of clarified it. I wanted to just touch base on Councillor Wilson's question about why this one came forward separate and apart and prior to the other wholesome report coming forward in Q3. Thank you.
Okay, and then Dan, just want to make clear, I was actually speaking to a driver on 2 different occasions as it happened. I had them by some stroke of luck for the drive home, including the drive there. Maybe there isn't that many drivers as there used to be, but of course, knowing that Councillor Pearson had this coming and being part of it in a small way, I'd asked a lot about the turbulence as a driver that this particular individual had been experiencing throughout the pandemic, and certainly turbulence was a word he agreed with. And then he reminded me, and I'll remind all of us, that turbulence is also a good way to sort of reflect upon the years leading up to the pandemic with all the insurance issues and other issues in the cab industry. And so there's been some real challenges. And certainly we saw in Burlington the demise of one industry, although I believe it was Blue Line from Hamilton that came in and saved the day there, if I'm not mistaken. But I have a quick question on the cab companies. They're not able to vary rates based on prime time or high volumes like the ride sharing that is out there, the Ubers and the Lyfts and so forth, correct?
Mr. Smith?
Through the chair to the councillor, they are not able to provide that flexibility in a similar way to the ride sharing companies. However, our bylaw does offer a promotional scheme based on an app. If the brokerages wish to use an app, there are some they're more for discounts in order to assist with their operation, but that's the only flexibility they have as it relates to the fares.
Yeah, I'm aware of that. I should utilize that actually, but not to raise like New Year's Eve. Blue Line cannot quadruple the ride like a Uber can. I'm not sure the Uber quadruples, but I know that based on high demand periods, that the ride sharing folks do have that ability, whereas only here we can sort of offer deals to reduce fees, not raise them. Correct? Through you, Chair.
Through the chair to the councillor, that is correct.
Okay, and just on the other point, and I appreciate it because as soon as our first speaker had asked the question, and I thought it was a fair question, I immediately thought of the Mayor's Task Force on, and staff were able to answer a few things on where we've shown some leniency during this pandemic on licensing, but there has been a plethora of already approved Mayor's Task Force recommendations, others that have been referred to staff, things like creating hardship grants for micro business relief in Hamilton, utilizing and promoting an expansion of the NFPs or social enterprise granting programs throughout Hamilton's business center, waiver of fees for new businesses being set up, reviewing all fines, fees, interest and penalties, capping business license fees for 5 years. It goes on. Industry comparisons of business closures, vacancies, agency program closures citywide to track vulnerable areas and neighborhoods to focus support. Like really great stuff. I like to often refer to the Mayor's Task Force on Economic Recovery. It was something that a whole lot of folks who are engaged not only in the business community and labor and in other areas of our community spent a lot of time on very early on in the pandemic, notwithstanding Councillor Danko, Councillor Nan, and of course the Mayor, who sat at that table and came up with some solutions that have really helped over the course of the last few years and are continuing to help as we try to climb out of this. So this is just another example. This one just happened to be born on the planning committee floor, but if we can take my one driver's word for it, on Friday, it cannot happen soon enough. I asked the question, are you worried business may wane if you overprice your start point? And he felt there was absolutely no concern, and that we would just be competitive with comparators who are all about to do this anyway, and as this report sort of shares. So I am supportive. I think it's a great example of committee work that's helping an area of our community that is both historic, but also going through some continues to go through some very turbulent times. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers that I may have missed in the chat? Nope. Seeing none. Okay, let me go to my cheat sheet. Okay, may I have a mover and a seconder to approve the recommendations in the report, please? Moved by Councillor Pearson. Seconded, I think, Councillor Farr, you said you would. Yeah, okay, thank you.
And that carries 3 to 1 to 1.
Thank you. And if Councillor Ferguson, yep, thank you.
So we're going to move on now to motions, which is demolition permit 11.1 for 73 and 77 Stone Church Road West and 1029 West 5th Street, demolition of 3 single-family dwellings in preparation for new development. Councillor Danko.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this is a property at West 5th and Stone Church that was recently approved by the Ontario Land Tribunal for a 9-story apartment building. There are the 3 existing single-family homes on that site. They are derelict and have been boarded up for some time. So this is providing the owner the ability to demolish those homes in advance of the issuance of their building permit. But they are right now, they have received the conditional site plan approval and are working towards development of that site.
Okay, any comments or questions? If not, we'll go for the vote. Who did you have a seconder for that, Councillor Danko? Councillor Pearson. Thank you. All in favor?
Chairman, I'm in favor. My vote just keeps escaping. Thank you.
11.2 is the demolition permit for 387, 397, 405, and 409 Hamilton Drive, Ancaster. Councillor Wilson, if you take the chair again, because that's my motion. And I can almost say ditto to Councillor Danko. This is, we've been waiting for probably 2.5 years now for the approval of the subdivision that's being developed, and it's hit some hiccups, but I understand it's close. But I'm getting so many complaints from the neighbors because of these 4 vacant homes that are boarded up, that transit movers move into periodically, and they're actually dangerous and look horrible. So I'd like to move the motion that our building director, our chief building official, issue the permit for demolition. And I'll take a seconder on that. Councillor Pearson, you want to second that too? Thank you. Any comments or no? Five, nothing. I'm going to move on now to Councillor Farr. You have another motion or notice motion you'd like to bring up? Councillor Farr saw something in my email earlier.
Thank you for jotting that down. I thought I'd have to bust in and remind you. I'll leave it as a notice since we're meeting again in a week. And it reads, whereas over the past 2 years, COVID-19 pandemic has significantly impacted the ability for street festivals to even occur, whereas street festivals are an important tool to support broader economic recovery planning, whereas Hamilton Municipal Parking System typically charges a fee to help offset the loss in revenue where street festivals remove metered on-street parking from service, whereas reducing the costs associated with street festivals could accelerate their return, and therefore be it resolved that the fees typically applied to offset revenue losses from metered parking being removed from service be waived for street festivals qualifying under the Special Event Advisory Team, or SEAT. That process be waived for the 2022 season, and that the estimated revenue offset for the Hamilton Municipal Parking System be funded from the Economic Development Investment Reserve. Just how little is that amount? I'll let you know next week. Stay tuned.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you.
Move on to item 14, which is private and confidential. I need a mover and a seconder to move into closed session respecting 14.1 pursuant to section 9.1 subsection E and F and K of the city's procedural bylaw as amended, and section 229.2 subsection E, F, and K of the Ontario Municipal Act 2001 as amended, as the subject matter pertains to litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the city, the receiving advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, and to a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on behalf of the municipality and local board. May I need a mover and seconder now to move into closed session? Pearson and Danko, all in favor? Well, the vote's being tabulated. Members of the public, the meeting will continue following the closed session portion of the meeting. You see the numbers, the members of the committee to rejoin the meeting. The committee will wait up to 5 minutes upon reconvening in open session before proceeding with the meeting to provide members of the public and the media time to return. Well, Madam Clerk, let me know when we're ready to go. So what do we do about that motion? Okay, we're back in open session. So I need a mover and a seconder to approve the following. The report number LS 22014 and PED 22119 respecting update on recent Ontario Land Tribunal decisions be referred to GIC. So you need an electronic vote on that. Now, part B is that the update on recent Ontario Land Tribunals remain private and confidential. Thank you for that, Madam Clerk. Mover and a seconder. Moved by Danko, seconded by Partridge. All in favor. What, Councillor Wilson, and who's the other one? It's not up on my screen, so thumb up. That carries unanimously. And General Manager, you have an update for us today? Jason? There he is.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I did want to, although I'm not sure if he is still actually on the meeting, but I thought it was important to acknowledge someone who was attending their final planning committee meeting today before retiring on Friday, and that's our chief building official, Ed Vanderwint. So unfortunately, I think, oh, he is signing back on now. That's good timing.
Is he on? I just check with the clerk. Is he still in the wait room?
I think he just signed back in. So I see him there now, and so I did just want to take a moment to publicly acknowledge and thank Ed for his many years of service to the city. As I said, this will be his last planning committee meeting before he retires on Friday. He's going to be greatly missed within the Planning and Economic Development Department, but I think really across the city. He's been a consummate professional, a brilliant CBO for the city, a gifted leader, all-around great guy. I've just so much enjoyed working with him, and I know many others across the city have as well. He's leaving behind quite a legacy, I think, not only in terms of, I didn't try to do the math in terms of how many billions of dollars in building permits the city has issued under Ed's tenure, but he has certainly led the building division through our busiest years ever in the city in terms of new development activity, but he's also just really built up an excellent team and a really skilled and talented team that I think is going to continue to serve the city for many years after his retirement. So I did just want to take this moment to publicly thank and acknowledge Ed for all of his years of service to the city.
Well, thank you for that, Jason, and ditto to you, Ed. Congratulations on your retirement. I'm not, you know, it's a big shift in life, and I hope you're ready for it because you've been a busy guy. But you always did it with a calm hand and a lot of common sense, and we appreciate that. And didn't you start your career in Ancaster?
Thank you to the chair, Councillor Ferguson. I began in Ancaster in 1986. It was my home beginning of this whole career. That's correct.
Yeah, because I remember you at Ancaster as a councillor there for 10 years. So I see some hands going up to congratulate you, but I really, really do appreciate what you've been able to do for our community, and maybe you're available for Jason to hire back on contract when we need you, but we'll leave that for another day. So Councillor Partridge, you have a comment?
Yes, just very briefly, very, very happy for Ed. I'm going to say congratulations to you. But I will tell you, over the 12 years, I hear and have heard repeatedly, thank goodness for Ed Vanderwint. Ed has been so great to work with. You pull a rabbit out of a hat, you do it within all the guidelines. But and many of our staff go above and beyond. But Ed, I just want to say how truly grateful I am. And I know that members of my community are grateful as well, because you have really spent time with them to work through issues, multiple meetings, and just help them navigate when they thought all was lost, and we just kept coming up against walls. So thank you so much for everything that you've done. It's truly appreciated, sir. And congratulations again, and enjoy.
Anything you want to get even with us on us, Ed, and say it now, and no consequences?
Through the chair, Councillor, I just want to share that it's really been a pleasure. I love my work. I really love my team. I love working for this city. It's a great place to serve. And I thank Planning Committee for their support, and our council and our mayor for their support behind me. I've always felt it. I felt safe. I felt secure. It's been a pleasure to serve the city. So thank you for supporting me in my work.
Well, you certainly show it that you loved your work. And so thanks again. And I hope to see you in Fortino's or somewhere around Ancaster in the future. Councillor Jason Farr.
Yeah, it was back in '86 that Ed began the process of putting monster homes in Ancaster. So legacy of the many. When Ed first, I'm just kidding. When Ed first started, I walked up into his office and I said, "Hey, the guy before you, the CBO, John Spalnick, he was pretty funny." And you've got a tough shoes to fill in that department. And here we are about a decade later, and billions and billions and billions of dollars in building permits. And Spalnick is still funnier. But has so many great memories, a great character, a huge work ethic that he had, an uncanny, unprecedented ability to pass on to those who worked under him. I always say that the third floor and others now, often you see the lights on weekends and evenings. Great dedicated staff are born from great managers, great people at the helm, and certainly Ed has proven that tenfold. Extremely impossible to replace, minus the sense of humor bit. So thank you, Eddie. You are a good friend now, and you always will be.
Okay, anybody else?
Councillor. And the front counter is open today, by the way, so we're seeing people in the door again.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll move on then. And I think the next order of business is a motion to adjourn. Oh, we had Councillor Pearson. You moving it? Moving it, second by Councillor Farr. Anybody object? No, all in favor? Lisa's holding us up here for an electronic vote.
I'll make the 3 o'clock meeting. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We're going to the same one, Maria.
I know.
Thank you, Chair. Good meeting.
Thank you.